All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting Tuesday, July 7th. We will begin with a flag salute led by Supervisor Gustafson. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right. Before we start, and we'll have the clerk read the meeting. Actually, let's go ahead and have the clerk read the meeting procedures. Thank you, Megan.
In order to protect the public health and the safety of our Placer County citizens, the public comment for the Board of Supervisors meeting will be offered through a remote call-in line or virtually through a Zoom meeting webinar utilizing the raise hand function for public comment. Citizens who wish to comment telephonically should call in at 530-886-1800. Public comment will be open for each agenda item in sequence, so please be prepared to call in for the specific item you wish to comment on when the board chair announces the item.
Thank you, Megan. And before we begin, we had a longtime county employee pass away this weekend. She had retired, but Supervisor Holmes, do you want to share something about Kelly?
Yeah, Kelly Krieger was tragically killed in a plane crash in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho over the weekend. She had worked in many departments throughout Placer County. She began her career in September of 1991 and retired in 2014 when she worked for the County Executive Office and Economic Development. She put together some of those breakfasts, you remember, that we had back in the day. And she was also very active in the community with the 4th of July parade and the Veterans Day parade. She worked for Auburn Airport, making sure for the airport show. Anyhow, she did a great job for us. She was enjoying her retirement and was doing what she loved to do when she was tragically killed. So I would just like to offer a moment of silence in her memory.
Thank you, Supervisor Holmes. We appreciate that. So we will now move on to our business. We'll start with the consent agenda, and if there are any items that people would like to have removed, I know we are going to remove 18A, 19B, 20A, and 26C. Anything else from anybody? Oh, there's plenty. All right, and nothing from the public? All right, so with those items removed, we'll take a motion. Yes.
Just for clarification, the board is convening as the Placer County Public Housing Authority for item 24A and 24B.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll move approval of the remaining items.
All right, motion by Gustafson, second by Holmes. All those in favor? Oh,
Aye.
roll call. I mean, you think I'd be used to this now.
Wygant?
Yes.
Holmes? Yes. Euler? Gustafson?
Aye.
Gore?
Aye. Okay, why don't we start with 18A?
Supervisors, this is really just a clarification on your agenda. Item 18A is an Agricultural Commission appointment of Earl Stevens to seat number 5. The language reads representing the Winery and Farm Bureau, and it's actually brewery on the Agricultural Commission. So it's really a clarification to make a statement on the agenda.
Thank you very much. No questions, and any questions from the public? No, so we'll bring it back to the board.
Second.
Motion by Holmes, second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Let's do 19B and
On 19B, I need to recuse. My husband works for the Schaefer's Mill project.
all right, thank you. And then we'll take 26C while she's out as well, since that has to do with the same topic. Probably no questions from the public, and we'll bring it back to move these items, or let's start with 19B. Motion by Euler, second by Holmes. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And then 26C is also in regards, I believe, to Schaefer's Mill. Let me take a look. Okay, 26C. And that's the implementation of transit and trail infrastructure. Yes, all right. No public comment?
Second.
Motion by Euler, second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, motion carries 4-0. Thank you. And then we have item 20A, which is the Placer County holiday calendar.
Yeah, so Supervisor, this is just a clarification about the holiday calendar for 2021. The July 4th holiday actually falls on a Sunday, and due to our policy, it really states that if it falls on a Sunday, that Monday actually ends up being the holiday versus the Friday before. So that instead of what the language read as July 3rd, it actually is Monday, July 5th. Absent that, there's no changes to the holiday schedule.
Thank you very much. And no questions from us, no questions from the public.
Move approval.
Motion by Gustafson, second by Euler. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, that's it for the consent agenda. We will now move on to public comment. This is a time for the public to comment on any item that is not on our agenda. And Megan, do you want to start with Zoom or phone calls? Okay, we'll start with phone calls. And just a reminder, we ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or under. We appreciate your input.
Caller, go ahead and state your name for the record and give your comments.
Good morning. I think that's me.
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Barbara Smith. I appreciate the opportunity to speak this morning. I request the following 2 agenda items be placed on the next meeting's agenda. 1, a committee to be formed to draft a code of conduct for social media use by Placer Board of Supervisor members. 2, a censure vote on one of its members. I have some specific reasons for requesting these actions. You may be aware that a lame duck member of this board has made numerous inflammatory social media posts on both Facebook and Twitter belittling members of our community who have justifiable concerns about the COVID-19 response and actions of this board. These posts spread disinformation and mistrust and undermine the public's confidence in the board's ability to govern in the best interests of all. The mocking tone of these posts and videos is reminiscent of the widely denounced posts made by the recently deceased Auburn mayor. This last weekend, that incendiary language breached every level of decency when the poster celebrated the COVID-related deaths of 2 San Quentin inmates as, quote, a good start, and publicly stated that he hoped the, quote, Wuhan flu gets those SOBs. Screenshots of subsequently edited Facebook posts began, quote, 2 down, how many to go? Additional posts listed photos and biographies of the deceased. Similar posts were made on Twitter. For anyone, especially someone who claims to have such strong Christian values, to delight in the death of another is reprehensible. What happened to hating the sin but loving the sinner? Furthermore, these statements reflect poorly upon the board as a whole. Now that you have been advised of these statements, if you fail to act, you give tacit approval to these sentiments. As public officials, you must hold yourselves to a higher standard. Free speech is one thing. Hateful speech is quite another matter. Voters have already rejected Mr. Euler's toxic grandstanding. The board should do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Hello?
Hi, please state your name for the record.
Catherine Clune.
Go ahead.
My name is Catherine Clune, and I've been working with Robert Wyndon to circulate a petition to convince your board to recognize and exempt all North Star homeowners from the SDR permit. There's been consistent and widespread confusion regarding this ordinance, which includes the compliance and planning departments. Numerous people have contacted the county with the same questions, but are given different answers, if even answered at all. I will give you a perfect example. I talked with an associate planner who worked on the creation of this ordinance on June 26th. I was told that all North Star homes, not just the village, would be eligible for an individual exemption and would gain approval without having to have HOA take responsibility for managing the short-term rentals. I couldn't believe my ears. I was elated. I asked, "Are you sure?" The answer was yes. I asked for this person to repeat this, and they did. I then asked for this to be put in writing and emailed to me. The emailed response, "I will get back to you on Monday when I verify some information." Can you imagine how frustrating and disappointing and confusing this was? It was a sure thing just hours before. I still have not gotten a response. This ordinance should be paused immediately and not move forward again until the county staff has a full and complete understanding of this ordinance. Additionally, I was told that it was never communicated that HOAs would need to take responsibility for SCRs. That's clearly not true, as I have it in writing from a co-compliance supervisor. Quote, "The HOA association must apply on their behalf, stating they will administer the SCR ordinance and compliance. We do not individually exempt. The HOA has to take responsibility for all owners and the compliance of the ordinance on all aspects." Another person got this response in March. In addition to property managers and HOA presidents, the county is also considering exemption requests from the individual condo owners themselves. The confusion continues. I asked 2 different county officials about an exemption that was granted for specific properties and how they were able to get that, and they were stumped. They didn't know. Why are some properties who seem to be the same as ours being exempted? Something's not right here, and it needs to be looked into. Further, we've been trying to get this item on the agenda, but we were told the soonest date would be July 27th or 28th, but no firm commitment to date. That's 4 to 5 days shy of the deadline. On behalf of over 700 North Star homeowners, I'm asking that you at least extend the deadline for North Star homeowners so that we have an opportunity to address the board on this issue and your staff fully understands the wording of the ordinance. Or better yet, just include us in the uniquely crafted definition of resort and allow us an exemption as you've done for other homes in North Star. I want to be clear, we are not opposed to following safety guidelines. We already are, but we are opposed to being unfairly punished for being a good operator. Again, you have the opportunity to make things right. Please do that. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Lisa Larkin.
Go ahead.
Yes, I was actually calling on the same issue as the first person that called. I would also like to see a code of conduct added to the next agenda, as well as removing Euler from being able to speak on such issues. He is so divisive, and you know, when I saw this post online from him that says 2 down, how many to go? Here is hoping the Wuhan flu gets those SOBs before Newsom releases them. Is this the type of conduct that our Placer Board of Supervisors should be doing? I'd like to know. And I'd like this addressed on the next agenda as well. And I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but 1 in 10 people on death row, Mr. Euler, 1 in 10 people are exonerated as innocent. And you're wishing them to be dead publicly as a representative of Placer County, a representative that was unelected. I'd like to see something done about that. I'd also like to see what happened to the form that was created for COVID non-compliant businesses for reporting that came up on the 26th and was mysteriously taken down on the 29th. I'd like to have that form put back so that the public can point out to you that nobody is following the rules. Nobody is following the requirements. And I'd also like to see that data that was submitted in the last 3 days be made public so we know any kind of responses that were submitted by the public about the businesses that are not being compliant. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
We're to Zoom.
All right, we'll move to our Zoom calls.
Kathleen, please go ahead and unmute your mic and start your video to give your comments.
I am calling on 2 items. I would like to see the Board of Supervisors add a code of conduct to your next agenda. It's very important that there be a professional standard that will ensure that the county is professionally and appropriately represented by each Board of Supervisor member. I also was appalled. I would prefer not to repeat Mr. Euler's incredibly deplorable, insensitive, and unchristian postings that he has made. This really finally absolutely crossed the line of what I consider moral decency. The second item I would like you to consider is restoring the online form that allowed residents of the county to report when a business is not compliant. There are a few businesses that are, but many that are not. And without any enforcement teeth in the information, people go into a business thinking that they're going to make a purchase or going to get a service, and then they're in the awkward situation of saying, why aren't you obeying the law? Where are the masks? Why are people all crowded around the cash register? So I will be commenting again during the COVID-19 item because so many people are not being compliant. But for this particular item, I really want the board to restore that complaint page so that the public can be notified of businesses that are non-compliant before we go in, so that we can choose where to use our dollars to help enforce compliance with public health measures. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please. All right, looks like there are no more public comments, so we will close public comment.
Madam Chair, may I have a moment to respond?
Yes, Supervisor Euler.
So we have a system of criminal justice in this state, and for 100 years, from 1872 to 1972, our criminal justice system included the death penalty. During that time here in California, 735 people were executed under the death penalty. In 1972, the Supreme Court found that it was cruel and unusual punishment, at which point the voters of the state of California immediately qualified an initiative for the ballot defining the death penalty as not cruel and unusual. And that was the first of 9 times that the voters of the state of California approved the death penalty in some form or added to the death penalty in some form. 9 times the voters of California have affirmed the death penalty. As recently as 2016, there were 2 initiatives on the ballot. One of them would have eliminated the death penalty and instituted life in prison instead. That was defeated by the voters of the state of California. That same year, there was an enhancement to the death penalty that was approved by the voters of the state of California. Since 1976, we have executed 13 people in the state of California. The last one was in 2006. This is a system that is supposed to represent justice. And when sentences aren't being carried out, you're denying justice to the victims and the families of the victims of those crimes. The last execution in California was in 2006. 10 years later, the voters of this state reaffirmed their support for the death penalty as a part of our system of justice. If you don't like it, I'm sorry, take it up with the voters of California. Now, as to my comments on social media about 2 people who were on death row who died because of COVID-19. One was convicted of voluntary manslaughter after he shoved a knife through an unarmed man's throat. He then violated parole, moved to Sacramento, at which point he conducted a series of crimes, including rape, armed robbery, and the murder of a Sacramento police technician by stabbing him through the heart. He was sentenced to death. The state of California did not carry out the punishment. He died of COVID. Seeing justice for the families of those victims does make me happy. The second was an individual who committed his first crime, or was arrested for his first crime, when he beat a 14-year-old boy unconscious and then proceeded to sexually assault him. He went on from that crime to abduct a woman who he kept prison in his home, repeatedly sexually assaulting her. He went on from that crime to brutally murder a 9-year-old boy and a 12-year-old boy after sexually assaulting both of them. While he was being tried for those crimes, his DNA was sent to Florida, where Florida then found that he had murdered, by strangulation and breaking of the neck, a 26-year-old woman in Florida. That the state denied justice to those victims and the families of those victims, and he died at the hands of COVID, is an injustice, frankly. And that he has finally met his maker, yes, that does make me happy. Now, to my comment about it being a good start, I'm just going to remind our board and the folks listening of one Luis Bracamontes, who in October of 2014, in a routine traffic stop, took it upon himself to take the life of Sacramento officer Danny Oliver, shot Oliver's partner, and then a chase brought them up here to Placer County. In an attempt to apprehend the murderer of Danny Oliver, our investigator, Michael Davis Jr., was shot and killed. So as far as it being a good start, yeah, it's a good start in terms of establishing justice on behalf of the victims of these heinous crimes. And to the extent that the deaths of these people, including somebody like Luis Bracamontes, brings any sense of justice to the families of the victims, including the widow and 2 children of Danny Oliver and the widow and 4 children of Michael Davis Jr., yes, that would make me happy if they felt some sense of justice. And to Barbara and Lisa and the others who are engaged in their hate America rhetoric, in their pro-Antifa rhetoric, in coming at me the way that they do personally online, if you think that I will succumb to the mob coming at me the way that you are trying to bring them, you don't know me very well.
All right. We will go ahead, and any other comments from board members, since this is the opportunity for board members to make public comments. Any report out? Supervisor Gustafson? You're taking your mask off.
Thanks. For a board member report, I wanted to inform the board, as you know, I represent you in Placer County on the TRPA Governing Board, as well as the Tahoe Transportation District Board and the California Tahoe Conservancy Board, and wanted to take an opportunity to talk about transportation issues and let you know that there is movement through the 2 states, both California and Nevada, putting together what we've called a bi-state group in which I serve, talking about potential solutions for transportation issues in and around the Tahoe Basin, one of which includes the potential for some sort of entry fee or toll potential. While several years ago the business community was very opposed to that thought, I think with the overwhelming numbers that we're seeing and through this pandemic, we've learned that having some sort of congestion management pricing as well as free transit could really serve well in encouraging people to leave their vehicles behind. But there's a lot of details to work out with both the state of California and Nevada, our business communities, and all the destinations. But it is a topic. It's years away from probably occurring, but I did want to let the board know that that is a lot of the discussion. And in so doing, by charging a fee, not only would transit be augmented and free and micro mass transit available, but many of our roadways, our Department of Public Works has been submitting projects for potential funding. We could reduce the burden on the county for some of the funding that's necessary. So that's what's trying to be worked out by all of the jurisdictions, but there's a long way to go, but it is a topic, and I wanted to make sure the board was aware of that. As we move forward, I'll bring back more reports on that if it moves forward. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. All right, time to move on to our timed items, and we will start with our 910 Public Works item, which is the proposed increase to garbage collection fees, the 7th Amendment agreement with Recology Auburn Placer. And it looks like we have staff in the room, yes or no? Staff on the Zoom meeting, all right.
Good morning.
Good morning, we can hear you.
Okay, for some reason we're not visible, but that may be a good thing, I don't know. Good morning, Chair Gore and board members. My name is Tony Rivers. I'm an associate civil engineer with Public Works in the Environmental Engineering Division. I'm here to request the board take the following actions related to the solid waste handling services in the western portion of Placer County. First, conduct a public hearing to receive and tabulate comments and protests on proposed garbage collection fees increase effective July 1st, 2020 in the Forest Hill fee area of Franchise Area 4. Second, determine whether written protests to the proposed garbage collection fees increase have been received from a majority of property owners within the Forest Hill fee area of Franchise Area 4, and if not, make a finding that written protests have not been received from a majority of affected property owners and adopt the proposed garbage collection fees increase. Third, approve a one-time use of the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund reserves in an amount not to exceed $140,000 to pay Recology Auburn Placer for the increased cost of collection fees in the franchise areas 1 and 4 for up to 6 months from July 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2020. Thereby delaying the increased cost to customers in an effort to alleviate the economic impacts stemming from the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic. And fourth, approve the 7th Amendment to the Solid Waste Handling Services Agreement with Recology Auburn Placer to reflect adjustments to the collection fees and transfer station tipping fees in franchise areas 1 and 4, and the payment of the net increase in collection fees for up to 6 months not to exceed $140,000 to Recology Auburn Placer, and authorize the Director of Public Works or his designee to execute the 7th Amendment. In the way of background, Recology has provided garbage collection services to the county since 1976. In April of 2013, the county entered into a new agreement with Recology for the collection of solid waste in franchise areas 1 and 4, which includes unincorporated Placer County west of Colfax, including Forest Hill Divide and Iowa Hill Divide. Garbage collection fees consist of 3 components. First, the service fee. This is the fee charged by Recology for collection and transporting garbage to the Western Placer Waste Management Authority Materials Recovery Facility, or WAPMA-MRF. The Recology service fee is based on the biannual cost of living adjustment, or COLA. No COLA is due until July 1st, 2021. Therefore, there is no proposed increase to this fee. Second, the disposal fee. This is the pass-through cost of the tipping fees to the WAPMA-MRF that are paid by Recology. The tipping fees at the Wapma MRF will increase as shown in the attached proposed Wapma tipping fees table to uncover increasing operational and maintenance costs, which in turn results in an increase to this component of the garbage collection fees, which will vary by the level of service. And third, special fee. This portion of the fee funds the county's solid waste management program, which includes monitoring and maintenance at the closed county landfill sites, many of the outreach and educational programs, and oversight of garbage collection services. There is no proposed increase to this fee. The current collection fees, noticed adjustments, and the notice fees are shown in the attached noticed rate increases 2020-2021 table. All property owners in the Forest Hill Fee Area, Franchise Area 4, who paid the mandatory parcel fee to cover operational and maintenance costs for the Forest Hill transfer station were mailed a postcard noticing the garbage collection fees increase and the public hearing. This notice was mailed a minimum of 45 days prior to the public hearing in compliance with Proposition 218. Absent a majority protest, the staff recommends proceeding with duly noticed increase to garbage collection fees to ensure adequate operating revenue. Given the unprecedented events and economic circumstances associated with the COVID-19 pandemic, staff recognizes a need to delay the collection of this increased fee from customers for a period of time. Therefore, staff recommends funding the increased cost for up to 6 months in an amount not to exceed $140,000 through a one-time cancellation of the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund reserves. The board may request staff return at a later date to reassess if future funding towards this increase is still needed. Therefore, staff recommends 1, conducting a public hearing to receive and tabulate comments and protests on the proposed garbage collection fees increase. 2, determine whether a majority of written protests have been received, and if not, make a finding to that effect and adopt the proposed collection fees increase. 3, approve a one-time use of the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund reserves in franchise areas 1 and 4 for up to 6 months in an effort to alleviate the economic impacts to customers stemming from the COVID-19 pandemic. And 4, approve the 7th Amendment to the Solid Waste Handling Services Agreement with Recology Auburn Placer and the payment of the net increase in collection fees for up to 6 months, not to exceed $140,000, to Recology Auburn Placer, and authorize the Director of Public Works or his designee to execute the 7th Amendment. Members of the board, do you have any questions?
Thank you very much. Appreciate that update. Let's see. I actually do have one question, and my question is, how much left will be in reserves? So 140,000 coming from the reserves. How much is still left in the reserves after that?
Offhand, I wouldn't be able to tell you that right now. I'd need to research that and get back to you.
All right. Well, I would appreciate knowing, but that's obviously the purpose for reserves, is so that we have those dollars to utilize, which will reduce the rates for our residents for a period of time. Supervisor Gustafson.
I didn't have a question, but I wanted to make a comment that last night we had a town hall meeting with Forest Hill, and both Recology and Public Works presented last night, and the Forest Hill community is very supportive of some of the efforts being made to expand the transfer station loading and the green waste extra day, and didn't have any issues with this, so I'll be supporting it.
Great, thank you. So we've opened the public hearing, and do we have any comments from the public, Megan?
We do now.
All right, we'll bring it back to the board to close the public hearing. Looks like there are no other questions, and
I'll move approval.
Sorry, 1 second.
Oh, yeah.
Prior to moving approval, we just need to clarify that we did not receive a majority protest on this item.
okay, thank you. No protests, so, or a majority of protests, so now you can move approval.
Okay, so moved.
And a second by Euler. And do we need to do roll call or not? No. All right. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Appreciate your report. And we'll move to item 2A, which is the participation in the Stepping Up program. And that's why we have staff in the audience. So good morning.
Members of the board, it's good to see you all in person.
I did not recognize you, Amy. I didn't. I was like, who is that woman back there? I haven't seen you in person in months.
Good to be here. Good to be here. I thought this item was important, and I wanted to do it face to face with you guys because it's kind of been a long time coming. So I'm here today with Eric Garina, who's in the back and will be coming up in just a minute, from probation to jointly to present this item to you all. We are wanting to discuss our Placer County's efforts with the Stepping Up Initiative, which is a national effort that many counties and states are also participating in. Next slide. Today we have 2 action items for your board to consider. First, to receive a presentation and update in support of participation in the Stepping Up Initiative to reduce the number of people with mental illnesses in our county jail. And second, to adopt a resolution to participate in the Stepping Up program. Stepping Up launched in 2015 and asked jurisdictions to join a national initiative to reduce the prevalence of people with mental illnesses in jail. Stepping Up calls on counties to make system-level changes in order to achieve these results. Leaders across Placer County joined with counties across the state and participated in trainings and technical assistance to help guide our pursuits. Locally, a diverse work group of criminal justice and service agencies was formed to meet together and work toward the goal of reducing people with mental illnesses within our jails. These work group participants, shown here, next slide. Thank you. Yeah, these work group participants that are shown here in this slide wanted to be here today to support this item and all that led up to this and just their joint efforts. But due to the restrictions, we're not able to be here. And many are watching, online, and I just wanted to thank them for all of their wonderful work. One of those very active participants was from our probation department, and he is here with me today, and he will be able to describe more of the group's findings and recommendations. And now I turn it over, this presentation, to Eric Arena. Next slide.
Good morning, Chairwoman Gore and members of the board. Thank you for allowing us to present to you today the Stepping Up Initiative. My name is Eric Garina, and I'm from the Placer County Probation Department. The Stepping Up Initiative was brought to us by the California Association of County Executives and challenged counties throughout California and provided the following guidances, asking counties to answer these 6 questions, which we will go over today in detail. Question 1. Is Placer leadership committed? Absolutely, yes, we are. County departments, contracted partners, and stakeholders have come together for the last 3 years, meeting regularly to better understand the challenges that we face and how we can effectively and efficiently provide services. Question 2. Do we conduct timely assessments? Yes, we do. Upon convening, we went right to work and discussed the variety of serious mental illness definitions, and as a group agreed upon one. Every inmate that enters the jail receives an initial mental health screening. If the serious mental illness, or SMI, is found, practitioners in the jail will follow up with clients to evaluate best practices to address their SMI status. This could result in a variety of follow-ups, including counseling, behavior management, education, referral to jail psychiatrist, or medication evaluation. Question 3, do we have a baseline data? When we started this process, we did not readily have access to this information unless it was mined by hand. But we are seeing things change with the current electronic medical record system used by WellPath. Nonetheless, when evaluating and answering the question in December of 2017, we did mine this data by hand and found the following snapshots. Of the 51 inmates with an SMI diagnosis, they had spent 302 days in jail and had been incarcerated 8.7 times. The Stepping Up initiative was developed to focus resources to lowering that 8.7 times an SMI client is incarcerated. Let me now share with you how we are going to go about lowering this number. Question 4. Have we conducted a comprehensive process analysis and inventory of services? Yes, we have, and it was exhaustive. The Stepping Up team asked each agency, stakeholder, and attendee to evaluate their services they offered. Once we compiled a list of services, we evaluated for gaps in services. Each agency agreed to be critical of the services they offered and agreed to be open to feedback when their services were evaluated by the team. While this was humbling, it was also refreshing in that it allowed us to see where we stood so we could make improvements in our services. What we found was that when one partner had gaps in services, another had services to address the gap, thus filling the gap. This is a fantastic testimony to a healthy and thriving community in Placer County. Question 5, have we prioritized policy, practice, and funding improvements? This is a work in progress because the coordination of services is complicated. While we have services, it's important that we make sure that the right services are provided to the people that need those services. We must focus on making sure that the continuum of care is provided upon discharge of the SMI client from jail. Number 1, the challenge of connecting housing with SMI homeless clients. The group identified a lot of progress has been made to address the housing need, but the consumer of this need is still outpacing the ability to provide it. Number 2, the tracking of SMI clients as they are discharged from jail. The electronic medical records through WellPath will help in better identifying this client, but while the resources in Placer are good, ensuring each person discharged has the best plan outlined is challenging within our current resources. Number 3, the coordination of services can be challenging in that the appropriate service needs to be linked with the appropriate client. It is critical that a best plan is outlined to help support discharge clients. Question 6, do we track progress? Yes, we do track data, but it exists in multiple systems requiring manual data pulls across departments. In many instances, it requires us to manually pull data. With the onboard of the new WellPath EMR system, we are hoping that some of this information will become more accessible. As this team moves forward, we will continue to evaluate ways to better pull data so we can track progress. Summary. We offer substantial services for SMI population within Placer County. Local and county agencies work well together. Simply meeting to answer these questions as a group helped improve services. Networking and collaboration has led to breakout sessions within the team to address other needs and gaps within the county. Continued further development of communication channels between agencies and stakeholders is critical. Continued focus on SMI population and best practices on how to provide services to those who are homeless and have co-occurring substance abuse disorders. The recommendations and the conclusions. Additional staff focus across departments dedicated to meeting Stepping Up objectives, all stakeholders and supportive services participating in monthly meetings, leadership participation in a steering committee, and the Board of Supervisors proclaiming support by adopting this resolution. All those that collaborated are excited about the Stepping Up initiative. I want to thank you for your time, and if you have any questions, Amy and I would be happy to answer them.
Great, thank you very much, Eric. Really appreciate the report. Any questions from our board members? All right, and we'll open it up to the public. We'll bring it back, and Supervisor Holmes, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, it's just appreciate the collaborative approach to a long-term problem that we've had in our jails and even in society. So just appreciate everybody that's collaborated on this, and I'd be glad to make the motion to approve this item.
Second.
Thank you. And Supervisor Euler wanted to make a comment as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I fully support us moving forward with this initiative. I think this is very consistent with the approach that this board has had and how we've dealt with a number of issues in this county, including how we address the homeless issue. And this is just in furtherance of, as was alluded to earlier in the meeting, in furtherance of the proper serving of justice of our community. And the best way to make sure that we do that is to prevent crimes wherever opportunities present themselves, and clearly identifying those who have specific mental health needs is one incredibly good step toward prevention of future occurrences. And so thank you for bringing this item forward, and I look forward to its full and successful implementation.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. We do appreciate the collaboration that our county departments are doing and working together with the community to provide programs like this. So with that, I heard a motion by Holmes, a second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
We will move on to our 9:30 timed item, which is the City of Lincoln revenue sharing proposal. And it looks like Todd, you will kick this off.
Yes, thank you, Board. So we're coming back to you today really to talk to you about a proposal with the City of Lincoln for a revenue sharing proposal. A little bit of background: back in January of 2019, the city initially approached the county requesting some sort of financial support. What that would look like was yet to be determined, to address some of the revenue deficiencies that they had, specifically in their public safety arena. As a result of that initial discussion in January and June of 2011, we came to your board really to give an update around property tax revenue sharing and the models that we use to address tax sharing arrangements with jurisdictions when development is going to occur or annexations take place. As a result of that, and in addition to the conversation, the board directed our staff to spend some more time and engage with the City of Lincoln's staff to identify if there's any opportunities for either revenue sharing or other arrangements to address some of their revenue shortfalls. That actually discussion has been ongoing for a number of months. Got a little delayed, obviously, because of some of the COVID-related aspects, but we're coming back to you to discuss a proposal that was initially presented to the city, some modifications that actually taken place as part of the discussions that have been outlined with both the county staff and the city staff, as well as some key members of elected individuals both at the city and the county side. So I want to walk through the proposal in its initial construct and get any feedback or comments regarding these key components, and we can speak to this a little bit. So first of all, it is a temporary method for redistribution of future property tax revenue. Its identification is 4 different tax rate areas in the City of Lincoln. And really the general premise is future property tax revenue would be redirected to the city that would be initially received by the county for a certain period of time. The allocation and the time period outlined is an 8-year agreement with a 2-year potential extension, and I'll speak to why that extension would be in place. So let me speak to this a little bit, and I'll walk through the key components. The first is setting a base for the property tax revenue the county currently receives. The proposal would state 2019-20 being the base year, so all property taxes that were received in those 4 tax rate areas would be realized by the county at its current rate, plus a 2% escalator on an annualized basis for that base amount. However, any additional revenue for the initial 8-year amount above and beyond the base would be received by the City of Lincoln 100% of that, so both the county and the city portion that's currently in place. This would go towards public safety related aspects of their city, but it also allows for, in the event that they do meet their public safety goals that have been outlined by city council policy, that could be terminated at a time, could be sooner than 8 years if they meet that standard. The additional 2 years, which would be a total of a 10-year proposal, would be only predicated in the event that the city were have an approval from their taxpayers for a supplemental tax measure directed towards public safety. So within that 8-year period, in the event that they were to get approval, then that additional 2 years would be in place. The city would be providing to the county on a biannual basis a report that outlines metrics that have been utilizing the dollars that were provided to them within this proposal for public safety related aspects. They have a few stipulations for their city regarding annexation areas. Any annexation that would take place those development areas would have to establish a public safety CFD district to ensure that those public safety shortfalls aren't realized in the future. They also would address any new development that's not currently subject to an existing development agreement, that they also enter into that public safety community services district to allow for payment of public safety related needs in the city. And then finally, there was a final provision that speaks to collaborate and cooperate as practical on implementations of joint benefit. We have a number of areas that the county and the city are working on currently. The Placer County Conservation Plan, we have obviously been delayed a bit on the future Placer County Transportation Planning Agency for a tax measure for transportation. That's been delayed, but that was discussed at the point that we were having these conversations. We also have a North Auburn Regional Sewer Agreement that we're currently in discussions on, and then the Tier 2 fee, development impact fees that are established by the South Placer Regional Transportation Authority. These are the general premises and the key components of this proposed agreement that the City of Lincoln has brought forward and had conversations with the county. Let me speak to the financial impact of this. Both of these these revenue sharing agreements have a model that's put in place, and it really predicates a couple things. It speaks to a couple different assumptions. Growth that would be occurring in these tax rate areas on an annualized basis. We projected 200 new residents units would be developed on an annualized basis. Those amounts would go to them. It also projects an increase in property values on an annual amount. Those individual TRAs would increase by 3% annually, and the assessed property values would increase approximately 4%. So a few assumptions that are built into this during those timeframes, and that's how we've come up to the financial arrangement. I will tell you, if the units come in less, they would receive less, and if it comes in more, there would be an additional amount above and beyond what we projected. Right now, with that 8-year agreement, that amount is a little over $7.7 million would be realized in the 8-year agreement. The additional 2-year extension we result in an overall amount of approximately $11,258,289 based on the model that we, both the city and the county, have looked at and feel like the model has some sense and reality to it in terms of growth projections. So these are the financial impacts based on the modeling that's been done. So I will leave it at that. Again, these are the proposal that was presented to you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Dave DeFonte has been instrumental in working with this as well, and he's happy to answer any questions that I'm not able to.
Thank you, Todd. Let's see, we'll start with Supervisor Holmes. Questions?
Thank you, Chair Gore. Did I miss something? Did the board appoint an ad hoc committee to go into negotiations with the city?
No, but when we were discussing the property tax revenue sharing arrangement back in June of 2011, the discussion was had by the city had requested that we continue to negotiations and identify some sort of revenue potential or revenue sharing arrangement with the city. At the time, the board directed staff to have discussions. So at that point, no, but we did not have a formal ad hoc.
Did you say 2011?
2019, June 11th, 2019.
Oh, June 11th. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Other questions? Supervisor Gustafson?
Yes, couple questions. So on the standards, service standards in the third bullet, obviously, depending on expenditures and choices made, you may achieve those standards. I mean, what we're holding them to what they're going to do in their hiring processes versus holding them to a revenue standard. And I guess I would, if we're going to entertain this, I'd rather have a how much revenue did it generate and a cap on that versus holding another entity to certain standards. We all know that sometimes hiring processes take longer. We're not able to recruit. There's other issues that may come up there, and that's just one comment or question. How did we arrive at a number of sworn officers and safety staff as the way to go about this?
Yes, these numbers that have been outlined in terms of number of sworn staff, number of firefighters is all predicated on the city council's policy for what they feel is an adequate staffing level. Okay. So that was not a discussion that we had as a group. This was actually presented to us from the city.
So I understand their goal to achieve those, but by their own other types of hiring practices, they may or may not achieve those despite the revenue that we agree to share. So
that is correct.
That's just a concern I have. And then on the final bullet, the other question I have is we have a number of other agreements. And the language, I understand the idea that we're going to collaborate and cooperate, but sometimes people need to be held, ourselves or other entities might need to be held to a standard. So I'd rather see a date certain that is agreed to. Otherwise, the property tax share is reconsidered. Because for us to say we're going to do this for 8 years, but we're going to wait and see what happens with these other agreements, I think is a disservice to the rest of the constituents of Placer County. I think it's fair to say we want resolution on all these items within some period of time. Is that 1 year? How much longer do we need to go on these other agreements? So that's just another thought that I've had as I've reviewed this. And I've received so many emails supporting this tax share, but not necessarily addressing the other issues for the rest of the county that we need to address. So I just want to make sure. And then my third point is going back up to their sworn officers and firefighters. Theoretically, there is a savings to the county if we're not responding as much to some of the needs in Lincoln. And I tried to explain that this morning to another group I was speaking to, that, you know, the theory is we're currently right now, our sheriff's department and our Placer County Fire Department are backing up Lincoln on many areas. So if they can take on more of that themselves with the additional funding that we might agree to, then that again is, I feel, a better service to the rest of the taxpayers of the county. So those are just some points. And if you have any thoughts on that or ideas of how long it might take to get agreement on these other issues, I'd love to hear that. And if anybody listening in is going to give us input, I just wanted them to know where I was at. Maybe they could address those issues too, because I think we'll hear from Lincoln as well as others.
Okay.
Thank you, Supervisor Gustafson. Supervisor Euler, did you? You'll wait till afterwards. Okay. I don't have any questions at this point. So why don't we go ahead and open it up to the public, and we'll start with audio. No, we're going to start with Zoom calls because we have the mayor of Lincoln on the line. So let's get Mayor Carl Skint on the line.
Mayor, you've been promoted. Go ahead and unmute your mic and start your video.
Okay, there we go.
Good morning.
Hi,
Glad you're
good
here,
morning.
Dan.
Honorable Chair and Supervisors, I am Dan Carlskin, Mayor of Lincoln. I'm addressing you today on this item before you, the City of Lincoln revenue sharing proposal. I'm going to rely on our city manager, who is also online, if you have further details, financial detail, and that type of thing. What I'm going to try to do is set the context or backstory for this proposal. We embarked on this path to find a revenue source to help increase the size of our public safety staff to the minimum as set by the City Council, which is 0.8 officers per 1,000, 0.85, I think. At the current time, Lincoln has the 16th lowest per capita staffing in the entire United States for cities over 5,000 population, and the lowest per capita in the state of California. We can only staff 2 firefighters per fire station. These are appalling statistics, but only tell a part of a story of our revenue shortfall. Lincoln's employee to resident ratio is 1 per 300, one employee per 300 citizens. For comparison, the other jurisdictions in Placer County range from 1 per 263 residents in Roseville. However, they're not a full city service city like Lincoln is. 1 per 120 in Roseville, 1 per 150 for the county, but that includes education, HHS, and jails, which are not the responsibility for the city, and 1 per 160 for Auburn. I want to point this out to you because I want you to know that while we have shortages everywhere, this revenue sharing proposal is dedicating to fix the structural deficit for our public safety needs. Other needs will be filled as we can by increasing our other revenue sources, such as sales tax from new commercial development. I do want to thank staff members and the electeds that have worked so hard on developing this compromise proposal. I certainly would appreciate your vote, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Dan. Appreciate your comments and your work with us as we've talked about this proposal. Let's go ahead and see, do we have any other Zoom callers? All right, we'll go ahead and take the next Zoom caller.
Jennifer Hansen, go ahead and start your video and turn on your mic.
Thank you. Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Chairman Gore, and staff. I did want to just briefly thank staff as well as the supervisors for your consideration of this proposal. As the mayor just stated, this proposal is very important to the City of Lincoln from a public safety perspective. Our public safety service levels are extremely deficient at this point. And I truly believe that this temporary tax sharing agreement is exhibiting the best of what government can be. And that is a compromise and a collaboration between 2 agencies that, although it was somewhat challenging at some points to meet each other in the middle, staff and the elected officials did a fantastic job of figuring out a win-win for both agencies. I did want to provide a little bit of information to answer a couple of questions that I did hear, and that was in relation to the timing of some of the items regarding collaboration that were spoken of. two items in particular I think that are very important to both agencies is the Sparta Tier 2 funding agreement and the agreement to move forward with updating modeling for the Sparta Tier 2 fee program, which is essentially a developer impact fee program to address long-range transportation planning and development needs within the county. The city has been working diligently with PCPTA staff to put forward a proposal that I believe is now, my understanding from Mike Lucan, is within the county's court to develop a agreement that I believe we all tentatively agree on to update the traffic modeling. So from our perspective, we can certainly commit to getting that part of that agreement moving forward through our process to our city council within a couple of months. We just need to receive the agreement, and then we will place it on an agenda. And then the second item was related to the regional sewer. There are two separate components of the regional sewer that currently require additional work to be completed. The first one is in relation to how rates are established, and then the second one is in relation to how fees are established. The city already has both of those items underway, and I believe that it is very reasonable to reach an agreement with the county within a year's time frame. And if there's any other questions I can answer, I'm more than happy to. I am on the line for that purpose.
Great, thank you very much, Jennifer. Appreciate that. And if we've got questions, we'll let you know. And appreciate your hard work as the city manager there in Lincoln. Other Zoom calls?
No more Zoom calls.
All right, but we'll move to our voice public comment on this item, or phone calls.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record. Caller, are you there?
Are you, with
Yes.
Clifton Taylor, are you, okay.
Go ahead.
Chairman, sorry, I didn't know if you were going to announce someone or if I was in queue. Chairman Gore, honorable members of the board, this is Clifton Taylor with the Maker Taylor Holding Company. We own Taylor Builders, a land development company based here in Placer County that's active and developing in the county at Riola Vineyards and at the North Star Ski Resort, and also large projects in the city of Roseville and two projects in the city of Lincoln. We also are a small business owner in the city of Lincoln. We own the Lincoln Potters Baseball Club, what we refer to as South Placer's home of affordable family fun, where we partner with many Placer County businesses on that endeavor. And so I'm speaking to support the approval of the revenue sharing proposal. I think we need all of our cities to be assets in the development of our county. And we can debate how we arrived here, but I really feel like we need to focus on the future. I think as we've seen, COVID-19 has tied us together as Placer County. We're not SACOG, we're not Greater Sacramento region, we're Placer County, and Lincoln, the critical community, has put their hand up identifying a need for support and providing public safety services for the residents and the benefit of the county in general. And so I think all this highlights the need to collaborate on behalf of the broader community, and I'm glad to see that action here proposed today. And I can just assure you that working in Lincoln over the last couple of years, I see management as using best practices in mitigating some of the fiscal mistakes of past administrations. Development that we have ongoing there is subjected to services CFDs for police and fire services, as well as higher degree of scrutiny around landscape and other community-related funding mechanisms. And I think it really shows a commitment to the future and understanding the fiscal health objectives of the city. So I'm hoping that you can support this interim relief with the guidance and the obligations that have been committed to by the city, and that this action, in my mind, would help advance the health of the city and ultimately the county by assisting one of the key communities in our community as a whole.
Great, thank you very much, Clifton. Appreciate your comments. And we'll take the next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Jeff Short, North State BIA.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to call and also encourage you to adopt this measure, this agreement with the City of Lincoln. I won't go into, again, all of the other points that have already been made and that we agree with, except to highlight one of the last points made, that in the long term, we do believe that this would be healthy not only for the City of Lincoln, but as well as for the county in the long run. And as we work together as a county with the cities, it will be good for public safety, it will be good for economic development, and good for Placer County as a whole. So again, encourage you to support this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jeff. Next caller, please.
No more callers.
No more callers. I think they all sent emails, since I think I received at least 60 emails from residents of Lincoln. So we appreciate your input. Let's go ahead and have further discussion. I did want to share with Supervisor Holmes, we didn't put together an ad hoc committee. I think it came about as a conversation that folks from the City of Lincoln wanted to have these conversations. We brought it before the board. Supervisor Wygant is the representative of that area, but they asked me to participate as well because I have a city perspective, having come from the city of Roseville, and the city had to work on tax sharing negotiations with the county, which were honestly very challenging at times, and we had one that took a very long time. So, I apologize if we should have had an official ad hoc committee, and maybe that's on my bad, but I do think that it was really helpful to have Robert and I there with the mayor of Lincoln having conversation about this topic, because we started in very, very different places, and we got to a place that seemed like we could come to agreement, and then we need to share it with you all and see if we can get some consensus from our board. Robert, why don't you go ahead and share your comments, and then I can add some, but I just wanted to share that. Supervisor Holmes.
Yeah, sure. So first, Bonnie, again, thank you for that participation. It was a lot of time and energy, and I think we all did a lot of work, but I appreciate you stepping up to the plate and actually helping out. I think it was helpful to me personally in a large way. And I guess I think for me, I want to frame this not only for those of us here, my colleagues, but also for the public. I think it's been about a year since we sat through a presentation that was brought forward by staff talking about the concept in how we manage the financing of our development. And at the end of the day, whether the development occurs in the cities or in the county, if we don't do a good job in our financial planning, all of us will end up suffering, and specifically our levels of service will fall. Obviously, for those of us who sat through that hearing, and maybe other than that meeting itself, there was a lot of intensity and criticism of the county. There has been over the years as related to how some of that financing was done. So for our viewers, the financial planning as relates to development in the county is done by recognizing what our property tax revenue will be when development goes forward, because the assessed valuations will go up, but also other components that might occur, like sales tax. Then we compare that to the cost of providing the levels of service that we want to sustain and or improve upon. And I think in the over about 25-ish years that I've been on the Board of Supervisors, we've done that very well. It serves us well, and I think that's reflected in our levels of service. It's more difficult in the county when a development goes forward in the county or in the cities, because we have no authority as to the projects, their scale and scope, and how the financing mechanisms are put in place. So the way we protect our county cost for things like the district attorney and the jail that provide services to all of the citizens, whether or not they live in the city or the county, is through negotiating a property tax share with the city before annexation occurs. State law requires that we do that. And in that meeting a year ago, we drilled down into how well those models work or not, and clearly focused on these areas in Lincoln. And I think it's obvious as a result of that analysis that those models are serving us well, and they have served the county well, and all of the citizens who live in the county. So first of all, with all of that, I wanted to mention that because what we are considering here today for me is not a renegotiation of any tax shares. The modeling that we did way back over 30 years ago and more recently to revisit that showed in fact that the tax shares worked well for all of us and in fact did exactly what they were supposed to do. But I think what we're talking about here is a method by which the county can assist the city of Lincoln. It's really a revenue sharing mechanism that will not change the tax share agreement, but more provide a basis by which we can assist Lincoln for a short period of time, hopefully while they drill down into their methodologies to make sure that as development goes forward in the city, it in fact will enhance their levels of service, not just sustain them. They need to do some work to make sure that they can improve their levels of service. And in this case, we're specifically talking about public protection. So that is, I think, the background that for me is important. I understand that for the county and for my colleagues, this is a heavy lift. I think that question, in fact, has been underappreciated generally by the public. Time that I've been on the board, I've never seen us do anything like this. We have our obligations and needs also. So I greatly appreciate the consideration by the board for doing this. And I think it will, in fact, set a better position for all of us in Placer County as it relates to public protection. There will be some cost savings to the county if we can go forward with this. Probably won't recover our costs, but it's temporary. So with that, I certainly would appreciate your support, and I appreciate the fact that you were willing to consider it all in the first place.
Thank you, Robert. Supervisor Euler?
Yes, thank you. My concern here is I believe that Placer County and our incorporated jurisdictions have worked well together because we've frankly honored our commitments to each other, whether it be through PCTPA and our commitments to prioritize individual projects, whether it was the Rockland Crossing project at Sierra College, whether it was the Highway 65 bypass, where we committed, close to $300 million to help improve the greater Lincoln area through that. And we have to have, as a board, we have to have confidence that our partners in our incorporated cities are in this with us. And my biggest concern is we were approached over, I have to think, over a year ago for the first time about this issue. And subsequent to that, we have seen Lincoln raise questions about their commitment to our Sparta Tier 2 fee. We've seen Lincoln raise questions about our sewer agreement. And so I, right now, don't have great confidence that we should be moving forward with something like this when they're starting to ask questions about other commitments that have been made regionally. And the Tier 2 fee in particular, being designated for the Placer Parkway, there are few residents that would benefit more from that than Lincoln residents, and avoiding the congestion on South 65 and Interstate 80. So I'm happy to continue this conversation, but I will not have this conversation in a vacuum. This conversation needs to happen with all of the issues on the table. And until we have concurrence on how we move forward with all of these issues, I do not support moving forward with this issue.
Supervisor Holmes?
Thank you, Supervisor Euler. I agree with your assessment. And there are a lot of reasons why I don't think this is a good idea. But in the final analysis, it's just not in the best long-term interests of Placer County. And there's no way that I can support this in any shape or form. So that's how I feel on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Gustafson?
Yeah, I wanted to ask staff if you could clarify where we stand on those Sparta Tier 2 fees. All the other jurisdictions have agreed to, I'm less
Well,
familiar.
And let's
yeah.
be clear, what we're asking right at this point, because the county, in constructing phase 1 of the parkway, we have a commitment from our partners, the tribe, to help fund phase 1 of the parkway. The county was saying we are willing to essentially provide gap funding for the construction of phase 1, assuming we have the commitment of all of our partners that they're going to continue to participate in the tier 2 so that we know we can get paid back. We're willing to put up the money right now to move the construction forward. And all of a sudden we start getting these questions about the commitment of one jurisdiction in particular. And, in Sparta, the way that we're set up between Roseville, Rockland, Lincoln, and the county is any action requires unanimous vote. And so one of those 4 jurisdictions can hold everything up, and that's kind of where we are. So with that, Todd, anything you need to add?
I'll just state, I think there's 2 pieces to this tier 2 piece. One is modeling. And I think as we've spoken with each jurisdiction, both Rockland, Roseville, the county have all agreed to doing updating of the model. I think from a financial perspective. And Lincoln.
And let me be clear.
Yeah.
So that's what would pay us back for that initial
Well, it might
investment.
adjust the fee.
Adjust the fee so that there's proportionality in how we are refunded, whether
Correct.
it increases the county share or decreases, but we would still upfront the phase 1 of the project.
Correct. So that's one piece of it. And I think we have concurrence. Sparta's working on the agreement to solidify that. I don't think there's any objection across the board of any jurisdiction around this.
To the modeling.
To the modeling.
Okay.
The second piece is agreeing to the current aspect of reimbursement of tier 2 fees to the county, to the Auburn Indian community at the casino, on the amount that we're upfronting, both entities upfronting almost $60 million towards this project. The first piece would be paid back by the casino. The county would be paid back after that, utilizing those tier 2 fees. That needs to be agreed upon by all parties. The city of Roseville, the city of Rockland, and the county have signed this agreement. The city of Lincoln has yet to do so. And so there's 2 aspects of it. And in the event that they are not willing to sign that, and we move forward with the first phase of this parkway, not only is that a $20 to $30 million investment the county upfront's paying, but that's basically a $20 to $30 million upfront investment that the casino would pay as well. Our current agreement with them is in the event that the tier 2 fees do not equate to a repayment, the county is obligated to pay the tribe back for their expenses. That could be a $20 to $30 million expense. In addition to, we wouldn't get paid back on our tier 2 fees. That's really where we're stuck on. And we haven't received any response that they will actually sign that agreement.
So they haven't signed that agreement. Have they given you a reason why they haven't signed that agreement? I know that there's modeling being done, but I think they're tying the 2 together. Am I correct or not? Okay.
I don't know, except
Okay,
I
well
think
then,
Jennifer's
yeah.
on the line if
Yeah.
she wants to.
Well, I think from my perspective, I would want resolution on the agreement ahead of committing county funds for that, as well as I know, and I had a briefing on the sewer, the long history of the sewer system, and know quite a bit about that from my background and my career. I do think we need to wrap up some of those loose ends and make sure that we're all in agreement. I don't want to be caught with bombardment of emails later suggesting that we have not been fair, that we reneged on our tax sharing agreement because we didn't come to an agreement on the sewer agreement. And their residents need to understand. There's a sewer agreement, there's the Sparta Tier 2 fees, as well as this tax share agreement. All need to be wrapped together in my mind. And so whether we agree in concept or whether I could agree in concept, for me personally, I think I can. I think we're here to help We're not good as a county if we don't have strong municipalities, but I want to make sure that we're getting a fair deal for the rest of our taxpayers moving forward. So that's just, my position.
And I appreciate that. I want to share a little bit of my perspective. Supervisor Holmes, you mentioned the long-term benefit to Placer County, and as I have been in these conversations and looked at the challenges the city of Lincoln has had, they've had severe challenges. I've really appreciated their mayor and their city manager stepping up to try to address the issues that came across by the state audit. And they have been working diligently to try to address these issues. And they have a huge shortfall, really not because of the current city manager and a couple of those city council members, but past administrations didn't really have the sophistication like the city of Roseville had when it came to annexations and development agreements and planning out new parts of their city. So they didn't have that sophistication, and it has clearly now come back to haunt them. And I can see how hard they're working. And they came to us to say, hey, can you help us in some way? And originally they thought, well, the tax sharing agreement is just terrible. And we had those conversations, looked at it, it looked like it was a reasonable tax sharing agreement, but they still are hurting. So we went back and forth about how could we make this work. And as I think about it, like you said, Cindy, our community, as a Placer County, we are successful together, sort of a rising tide lifts all boats. And what I don't want to have happen in any of our communities is to have poor public safety service in a city and have people not go and live there and develop there and provide housing there when it's a terrific community, but they need that assistance. And so to be able to take some of our county tax dollars, which basically it's a sort of a stopgap, we'll not get some of those funds for about 8 to 10 years, but then come 2030, those dollars will come back to the original tax sharing agreement. But I do think that that's what makes Placer County great, is we collaborate together, we work well together. Like you said, Supervisor Euler, we have agreements that people have worked together so that Placer Parkway was built. Or not Placer Parkway, excuse me, the bypass, the Lincoln bypass, took years to build, and it's been a benefit to our entire community, especially Lincoln, but that was because our jurisdictions worked together. So I want to see us work together. It's a tough lift. As Robert said, it's a very tough lift to say, hey, we're going to just take our dollars and place them elsewhere, but I think it benefits Lincoln. In the long run, it will benefit us. I do think that there are some concerns about the agreements with the sewer and with the tier 2 fees that we need to get addressed. And I would hate to stop this from happening, but it sounds like there's outliers there that need to be addressed. And so however we do that, whether we get those agreements at the same time, what have you, I think we need to do that so we can continue to help Lincoln move forward and the entire county move forward on these other important agreements.
Mm-hmm. Well, from my perspective, I can support this concept while we work out that final bullet. And I need either a deadline or a timeline or something that holds everybody's feet to the fire to resolve those issues. Does that seem fair? And then, agreeing to this, I don't want, you all have spent a huge amount of time, and I'm not going to debate your wisdom in how you came up with 6 years and 8 years and 2-year, addition if they move forward. So I support that concept. I just need to know we're going to reach resolution on this final bullet in some reasonable time frame. Is that so? I don't want to reopen this unless we can't reach resolution on that. Is that?
I hear that. Supervisor Holmes, did you want to say something? And then Supervisor Whitegant.
Yeah, this isn't the only jurisdictions that had this problem with public safety. Roseville bit the bullet and went out and got approval for public safety. City of Auburn is looking at it. All of our special fire districts have gone out and put parcel taxes on the ballot and got them passed. Even the town of Loomis passed a sales tax for their library. Who's next? I mean, if we do this for Lincoln, who's going to come next? Is Auburn going to come and talk to us about, you know, a deal, or Colfax or Loomis? They all have their issues. All the cities have those issues. And for us to do this sets a precedent that I am not comfortable with. I can't support it.
Thank you. Supervisor Wygant?
One, Jim, your points are well taken. And I understand, I think one of the key things is to try to make sure that there's a basis, a standard book by which we just don't start giving out money everywhere all the time. So it's not like your concepts aren't foreign to me at all. On the fair question, I think the concept is eminently fair, for sure, and there, I'm sure, legally several ways to address that issue. One would be that we could try to grind out all these details to the most high level of certainty possible, or we could have some discontinuation clauses in there that would occur if something went wrong as it relates to the questions that are on the table. So I'm sure smart legal minds can deal with those kinds of issues. And I think it does have to be filtered through a long-term lens. This is a temporary thing that has limits on it, and it gives us an opportunity to work with a key partner who is expected to have and plans for significant growth, and with the proper financial planning in place, has the ability, capacity to enhance their levels of service. I think in partnering together, we can all make that happen. And I'll just point out as an example of, I think we do have regional cooperation in Placer County that's extraordinary. The only transportation committee assignment I've ever had is the Highway 65 JPA, and at our last hearing, we approved a reimbursement agreement with Roseville so that we encourage these projects that are important to us, that are regional in nature, to get put in place early because they benefit us all. And clearly, it's my understanding with the transportation model as it relates to the Parkway, Kirk and Jim would know this better than me, but anybody to the north of the Parkway, anybody who lives to the north of the Parkway is going to benefit the most. Obviously, that is Lincoln. And here we have an opportunity to deliver 2 miles of that very important infrastructure far earlier than it would occur just based on the fee structure, partly, well, 50% because of the extraordinary partnership that we have with the United Auburn Indian community. So I think those details can be worked out. I think it's certainly fair to worry about them and be concerned about them. So I appreciate all of that.
All right, so it looks like where we're at is there is agreement to at least move forward. I know Supervisor Holmes is, yes, Karen.
I wonder if I could just say one thing. This board is intimately familiar with numerous agreements in which we may say things like best efforts and bring items to the board, for example, in settlement agreements for consideration. You can't write an agreement that would require the City Council of Lincoln to agree to something. That's a delegation of their police power. We can't do it, they can't do it. So the notion that we can write something to guarantee that these other items be taken care of in a contractual way, we can't do that. So I just want to make sure that was really clear. Certainly they can be taken up in different ways. We can say best efforts, but we can't force the City Council to agree to something.
So could we write it to agree in principle and enact the first year, and that these other agreements must be resolved?
Yes, we can certainly
in order
do
to
that.
continue it. So we could sunset this agreement if we're unable to arrive at a mutually agreeable. But I think they want to be able to rely on what they need to do moving forward and what that agreement has been worked out. I don't want to mess with that and start over those negotiations. I want us to focus on these other agreements.
Sunsetting is a little difficult when you're talking about tax revenue that you are going to be sharing based on tax years in terms of sunsetting, you might want to consider starting the term of the agreement after certain things are looked at and or resolved, just for the accounting purpose. I don't know if, Mr. Siska's here. I don't know if he has a different take on that, but I would say that that's a little bit difficult. It's because of tax and tracing that. So not to say you can't put in there, this agreement will be effective upon consideration of X, Y, and Z, or resolution of X, Y, and Z, however that resolution comes about. You can do that.
Robert, you good with that? What about, what do you think?
I can envision several scenarios actually, but I think if you could consider those concepts and bring back some documents for our consideration, I think that could work for sure. If we wanted to have these details ironed out beforehand, it certainly would put some urgency into getting them done quickly.
That's my preference. I'm not prepared to move anything forward today.
So it looks like we need some resolution on the Tier 2 fee and the sewer agreement. And it looks like we want to bring, it looks like there's agreement to move forward with this, but we need some resolution on those two items first. And it sounds like, according to council, we can't put together this agreement and contingent on those two items being addressed at a certain time.
No.
We can,
let me make it clear.
We can certainly just say we're not going to act until they're resolved.
Yeah.
We can't compel them to act, obviously.
That's exactly right. We can't compel them to act at any time or act in a certain way.
We're not going to act until it's taken care of.
Right. You can put all sorts of dates in your agreement, but it doesn't mean you're going to reach it. And the question is, what do those dates do? What do they trigger? How do they act within the context of an agreement that essentially is setting aside additional revenue from taxation? So those are the issues you need to grapple with, as to whether you fold it into the agreement or if you hold off with the agreement until there is some kind of conversation resolution on the issues that you're most concerned about.
Okay. Is either Jennifer or Dan raising their hand? I heard a bloop on Zoom. I'm just checking.
I think Jennifer was.
Okay. I don't have a problem with opening it back up to the city manager and Dan's hand. Let's hear from them. I would appreciate that, since I want to hear their input, please.
We'll promote Dan, but Jennifer, go ahead and unmute your mic and start your video.
Thank you very much. I extremely appreciate the opportunity to address these two very important issues, not only for the county, but also for the city of Lincoln. In regards to the Sparta Tier 2 agreement, and specifically the Placer Parkway Phase 1 reimbursement agreement, it is my understanding, related to an email that I received from Mike Lucan yesterday morning, that he specifically states, we are looking at putting the modeling, which addresses Lincoln's concern, into the actual Placer Parkway Phase 1 reimbursement agreement. County Public Works staff is waiting for a response from County Council on the specific language that they would like to see, that Mike partially drafted from the modeling request for proposal. So staff, as well as the City of Lincoln, that is what it essentially addresses our concerns. I think there is somewhat of a confusion related to our concerns as they relate to Sparta Tier 2. One of the things that the City of Lincoln has, unfortunately, a lot of experience with are fees that are not established either through Proposition 218 as they apply to ratepayers or to the Mitigation Fee Act. And our request simply was that the modeling be updated for these that essentially substantiates the Sparta Tier 2 fees, so that we did not find ourselves in a position similar to that we have already found ourselves in through a variety of our state audit, grand jury reports, as well as a variety of lawsuits. So we are not fundamentally opposed to Placer Parkway, as was pointed out by Supervisor Euler. Placer Parkway is actually a condition of CEQA mitigation for several of our projects, and the City of Lincoln obviously is required to be a partner in the construction of that very important project. Our whole goal in our conversations related to Sparta Tier 2 was just to ensure that the modeling was updated. It's my understanding that the traffic modeling that was originally used to substantiate the Sparta Tier 2 fees is extremely dated and is based off of some old assumptions. Now, this may result in the City of Lincoln's fees being higher, the City of Lincoln's fees being lower. Ultimately, it is my fundamental belief that the fees are the fees as they're established by the nexus and the studies that are completed to substantiate those fees. Our main concern was just related to the actual modeling that was using to substantiate fees now. It is very typical within fees and rates to reassess and revisit your assumptions on a 5-year basis. And as such, that is where our primary concern came from with Sparta Tier 2. The tentative resolution that staff has reached between PCPTA and my understanding was also with members of the Sparta board as well as county staff was to resolve this concern within the reimbursement agreement. So city staff is just simply at this point waiting for that reimbursement agreement to be brought forward, and then we will take that to our city council for consideration. As it relates to the sewer problem is a little bit more complex, and that this was a very, very last minute item that was brought up through the discussions as it relates to tax sharing. As the board is aware, as well as our city council, the city and the county entered into a construction joint agreement as it related to the construction of the SMD1 sewer pump station, the 14-mile force main, and then the expansion of the portion of the wastewater treatment reclamation facility. Within that particular agreement, it was contemplated that after a 5-year term after the completion of construction, that we would look forward to either a joint power authority to manage the plant or that a new agreement would be drafted. Unfortunately, the current agreement, which is affectionately referred to as the COJA, is very complex from an administrative perspective. And it is of our opinion, our legal counsel's opinion, that it does not allow for the substantiation that Proposition 218 requirements are being met as they relate to ratepayer fees. As such, the city has just put forward, I frankly think that the best methodology to resolve the entire regional sewer issue would simply to have a joint power authority. In reality, ratepayers within the city of Lincoln and ratepayers within the North Auburn service area should be paying the same per EDU or equivalent dwelling unit rate for the wastewater treatment plant use. And currently, because of how the COJA was written, that is not how it is established. And the rates within the COJA are not Prop 218 compliant, and that there hasn't been a recent rate study. So although I do think that the sewer issue is easily solvable, my concern is that moving through to develop a JPA could take some time. As we all know, it includes a lot of legal staff, and a lot of contracts to be associated. I think ultimately it will be of everybody's best interest to work through those issues. And in my opinion, I don't know that it should be overly contentious if we all look at it that the ratepayers should be treated the same regardless of where they live. But however, I would respectfully request that this tax sharing agreement, it does not get upheld over the notion of being able to negotiate a new sewer agreement within a month or so, because I don't believe that is possible to do just from the legal complexities of forming a new joint power authority. But staff is very much committed to having a new sewer agreement. And currently, unfortunately, City of Lincoln ratepayers are subsidizing the cost of the treatment plant to a very large extent, to no one's fault, but just due to the nuances of how the current agreement was written. So it's definitely to the City of Lincoln's advantage or benefit to move forward an agreement sooner than later. I just don't feel that it can be completed in a realistic time frame of a couple of months. And unfortunately, our public safety service levels are extremely low, and due to the current climate that we have within the country right now, we have already found ourselves desperately needing additional police officers on the street just to help the city manage some of the issues that are going on within the larger region right now. And we have had to rely on the county sheriff to assist us with that. So I can definitely commit that we are on board from a staff perspective on the Sparta Tier 2 agreement and how staff has already agreed to resolve it. And we are ready to and commit to putting forth the agreement to our city council as soon as we receive it. However, I do not feel that we could realistically agree to resolve the sewer issue in such a short term, just because I do realize that sorting through a new joint power authority or a new agreement could take just some time from a legal perspective. And with that, I can answer any questions anyone may have.
Thank you, Jennifer. Let's see, no questions at this point, and then we have Mayor Carl Skint wanted to make another comment.
I echo what Jennifer has said. My concern is, and we discussed this when we were talking about the agreement. My concern is every day that the agreement doesn't start, we're losing base revenue, which is part of the 8 years. I would not like to see this extended out to the contingency of forming a JPA, which I have been pushing and advocating internally in the city of Lincoln, a JPA for the sewer wastewater for about 3 years, because I think it's in the county and the city's best interest to do that. But you can't form a JPA in a couple of months. So even though the Sparta Tier 2 is solvable in a very short period of time, the sewer, the long-term sewer issue can't be. So I don't know how we handle that in an agreement. But I am personally concerned that the longer that we hold off, the less benefit everybody receives from the revenue sharing agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Supervisor Gustafson.
I was just going to suggest that, we can't negotiate here at the dais and effectively. So I would like staff to meet with the city and try to draft points of agreement. It may not be obviously a JPA and all the formulas, but at least come to terms on what we agree to do, both on sewer and Sparta Tier 2, get the language to them, and my issues are resolved at that point. If staff is comfortable with the points of agreement we come up with of how we approach the sewer, which is, I think can be done without forming the JPA. I mean, if the agreement is to form a JPA and we talk about that and if that's acceptable to the board. But to continue this dialogue today, I don't think there's votes to move ahead unless we reach resolution on those issues in a reasonable format. So I'm well aware you can't determine all those fees and adjustments today or within a month, but you can come up with points of agreement of how to address those. And just to add that to this.
If I could put some context on the Tier 2. First of all, this is the reimbursement agreement to which the county, Roseville, and Rockland have already agreed. PCTPA staff has been working on language to try and satisfy Lincoln's concerns. That language was just received by us yesterday. I already have a commitment from my office that they will look at it today. And from there, Mr. Lucan plans to send it to the city. So that's where the Tier 2 lies right now.
Thank you. Supervisor Wygant and then Supervisor Holmes.
Your thoughts, Cindy, are very similar to mine. Staff put this on seeking direction from the Board of Supervisors, not for considering and adopting a potential agreement. So I think you've heard everybody's concerns, and I can just envision some methods, particularly in terms of in law, how in working with the city staff, knowing what our 5 concerns are, you're going to bring something back or not that's as close as you can possibly make it to at least 4 of us in this circumstance. And I think we might be able to get the devils worked out in the details, because I can see how we can get from here to there on some issues. So if that, unless staff has concerns about that, my comments essentially mirror Cindy's.
Thank you. Supervisor Holmes.
There are so many uncertainties on the table here. It's unbelievable. And I want the board to think about how much staff time county is going to put into this to get to a resolution that satisfies the city of Lincoln. It's just not feasible. I can't support it.
Thank you. All right. Let's see. Does it, the direction that we've been given, well, Cindy's given, that looks like we've got some consensus on, work for you? Like, put together the agreement along with some things that state the additional items that we want to get resolved.
Yeah, I think we have clarity. I mean, we'll come back on the tier 2 component to you. And then on the sewer, we'll try and nail home, maybe not the all formal agreement piece, but we'll have negotiation points that I think we can either come to agreement on, or what are the areas that we're
Right, and what the process is and how we select a consultant. Typically, you do a cost of service analysis, and so I think there's points of agreement we can come to that, and how we're going to proceed and how each group is going to look at that, I think. And maybe I'm
let's make sure
glass half full person.
And we'll make sure you have county council reviewing all this so
Yeah.
that we, doesn't slow us down as we're moving forward. That would be very helpful.
Okay.
So thank you. Let's, time frame, I don't know, at least in the next, I would like to do, you're not gonna do the next month, in the next 2 months. I think that's reasonable. I really we've been doing this for a long time. And I want to get to the finish line. Lincoln needs to get, I mean, we all need to get to the finish line on this.
Okay.
Yep.
Well,
This is
September?
July, August, beginning of September.
Okay. All right. Let me see what I can do. All right.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. Let's move to item 4A, which is our Community Development Resource Agency, the request for continuance Placer Vineyard specific plan, first development phase, property 4B development agreement. All right. Hello, George. Good morning.
Hello. I think you covered pretty much all I was going to say. They've asked for the continuance. Will they resolve a sewer capacity issue, and have asked that it be continued until such time as that is done, and we're in support of that. The applicant has asked for July 28th. Staff is recommending that it be continued off calendar and then be renoticed when they're ready to come back.
Okay. Any questions from? No questions. We can open. Yes, go ahead.
Curiosity, why the difference between the request of July 28th versus staff recommending off calendar?
I actually think staff is just taking the more conservative approach. July 28th is right around the corner. I don't know enough of the detail to know if it will actually be done by then, but I think staff is of the opinion that it's likely that it may need a little bit more time than that.
Okay. Are there renoticing costs that get incurred for the applicant if we continue it off calendar and then have to renotice it?
Yeah, there would be
maybe
staff
that
time.
has something to do with why they were hoping for. So if we think the 28th is too soon and you can't make that, why wouldn't we just say perhaps the next meeting, and if we need to then postpone it from that point, we can do likewise.
Whatever the board,
and avoid the additional
whatever the board would like to do is
noticing
fine.
costs.
Yeah.
That makes sense? Okay, all right, so then I would move that I'm sorry, I'm looking quickly for our meeting calendar, there we go. Oh my gosh, we don't meet all the way again until August 25th, after our Tahoe meeting at the end of?
That is correct. We're getting some time off in the month of August.
We'll need not only a date, but a time certain from the clerk if you want to continue to the meeting in August.
Well, I'm going to then change my mind. I'm going to say I would like us to take it up the end of July, and if we're not done, staff can certainly come back and say we're still not done, we need to continue it yet again.
Mm-hmm.
And that way we avoid the
Maybe time
noticing
certain.
public noticing cost.
Okay.
What's the problem with that?
One of the issues is, are we going to, in fact, no, we can still do it. Yeah, we can do it. We just needed time certain on the calendar.
Okay. Then since we have a tendency to sometimes cancel the 27th, I'd suggest we go ahead.
We should go with the 28th.
Yeah, since we cancel our Mondays.
Right.
Sometimes. Then put it on the 28th. Do we have timed items already scheduled for the 28th?
We do.
So
we will put this one at 9:30 a.m.
Okay.
on the 28th.
Then I'd move that we continue this to 9:30 on the 28th.
Thank you. We need to open it up to public comment.
Thank you.
No public comment.
There is none.
Bring it back to the board. We have a motion from Supervisor Euler, a second from Supervisor Gustafson. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, George. All right, it is time for item 5A, which is our annual report from the Placer County Audit Committee. We've got our auditor and the chair of the audit committee here in person. And it looks like we're going to start with Mr. Nader. Good morning, Wayne.
Good morning, Chairwoman Gore, Supervisors, Karen and Todd. I am here, Wayne Nader, as a member of the Placer County Audit Committee, to give you your annual report. I have the pleasure of serving with two of your members, Supervisors Gore and Holmes. Really, this has been in place since 2008, and it's to assist you as a board to drill down into the financial matters at the county. You've gotten a 2-page report, which I'm sure you've had a chance to read. What I'd like to do is just highlight a couple of things. My report will be pretty short. The oversight responsibilities that you have, and again, that we as an audit committee make sure that are being addressed, are monitor the financial reporting process, evaluate the overall systems of internal control and risk management, confirm compliance with laws and regulations, apprise the independence and, or appraise, I should have said, the independence and performance of the county's internal and external auditors. We meet quarterly. We've met 4 times this last year. And the external auditors, Edie Bailey, attend that meeting as well and make their presentations, and we can ask questions. There's been, I think the important thing is there's been no disagreements with management, no significant adjustments or disclosures, no material weaknesses in internal controls or financial reporting. There have been a couple of deficiencies in discussions. I would say my interpretation of it, and there may be others that have different interpretations, it's really kind of a misclassification. But I think the important thing is, bottom line, there was no losses. It's just a matter of how you identify and how you post. I would like, if there are questions related to that, obviously Andy Sis, the auditor and controller for the county, is here and can dive into those details if you wish. I would like to thank Edie Bailey for their 3 years of service as our external auditors. As you know, I believe it's your last meeting, or one of your last meetings, you approved the new auditors going forward. I would like to talk about Workday. I know you've probably heard about Workday enough that you're probably sick of hearing about that anymore. Obviously there was challenges with it, and I can speak to this as a personal, working in the banking industry, I went through numerous conversions. And no matter how well you plan, no matter how much you anticipate, issues come up. I mean, it's just going to happen. But I think you have to look at how it ends up. I mean, it can be kind of, obviously it's difficult, but this is a really robust system. And it's really put the county way ahead of its peers and many of the municipalities in California. And what it had had an effect that I don't know that we anticipated when we started it, but this COVID-19 forcing people to work at home, this platform, again, with its very aggressive abilities, allowed that to happen in a much more seamless fashion than it would have been on the prior system. So I think it's important to recognize what this has done for the county. It's leaped the county way ahead, which I have to say, when I see a lot of things going on in the county, we are way ahead of our peers on a lot of issues. And I have to commend the county for having the foresight, the vision to do things that may not be easy at the time, but ultimately they do great benefits for the county and its residents. So I just wanted to share that thought on Workday and what it's doing for the county. Ultimately, the bottom line for you as our interpretation of how things are going in the county as it relates to county financial matters, especially as those policies are implemented to monitor the financial part of that, is the internal controls are effective and the financial reporting is sound and complete. So I think that's important to pass that along to you. That I'm speaking on behalf of Supervisors Gore and Holmes, but I believe that that is our takeaway, that we're confident that the county is in a very safe place on their financial matters. There is a couple of things I just want to share at the end of this. I've decided to step down from this position. I've been in it since it founded in 2008, so it's 12 years. And the reason I've decided to do that is, as you know, I was on the Placer County Charter Review Committee, and one of the proposals that I had suggested that didn't get traction was term limits. And I had suggested 3 terms or 12 years. So I've reached my 12 years, and if I actually believe that, I should live it out. And so I believe it's an opportunity to bring in new people with a new perspective, and younger generations that may look at the world differently than I look at it, and there's benefits in that. I've been talking to Andy about that, and he has already been interviewing some potential replacements for me. I won't leave until he finds somebody that you are all accepting of. But I know a couple of them, and they are, at least one of them is, one of them I can say for sure is an outstanding candidate, tremendous experience, especially in the municipal area. So I wanted to share that with you, and then 2 sort of parting points of caution. And I think it's highlighted what we're going through right now with this COVID-19, is that more and more transactions that were happening before, now it's accelerated. More and more transactions are happening online. That includes credit card activity, which has jumped substantially within the county. Those of you who have been on the committee know that I always kind of focus in on credit card issues, because as a former banker and working with municipalities, I found that it was an area of risk. And so when I first came in, the Voyager program, which was for the gas, had a lot of issues with it, and thankfully those have been worked through. But the concern with having a lot of activities passing through credit cards is that they're not getting the approval or monitoring process that was previous to that. So I just want to caution that the county needs to make sure that as these transactions, it's so easy to pull the card out and do something before you actually have maybe approval for things. So I would really encourage the county to keep a tight control on that. And last, and this is always something I bring up, is please, Todd, let's support more audit staff, especially as the county is growing. So is the staff broadly through the departments are growing. And I believe that the audit department plays a very key role in making sure that policies don't slip as it relates to the financial matters and how money is spent within the county. So I would ask that you keep that in mind as you go forward with these issues. So again, glad to answer any questions. Grateful to actually be in front of you folks instead of on Zoom somewhere. So again, I'd be glad to answer any questions. I'm sure Andy will answer questions as well.
Great. Thank you very much,
Sure.
Wayne. Appreciate it.
Sure.
And
Thank you.
before you step away, Supervisor Holmes.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. I don't have any questions, but comment. During the recession, we set up this audit committee, and I was one of the first members. I think Bill Santucci was on there at that time. And it gives me a sense of comfort to know how we audit things, and Andy and his staff always bring forward issues, and all the departments are audited, and it gives the board a sense of comfort that we know things are running along smoothly. But I knew when we formed this committee that we needed someone with some strong background in banking and finance, and had served with you on the fire district board and got a lot of things accomplished there, including bringing it into the county fire system. So I think you are the perfect person to be on that, to have some eyes on there that we don't have as far as finance and everything. So I just appreciate your commitment and actually being the chair every time, because
that wasn't by choice. The rest of you ganged up on me.
Right, that's right.
Worked well.
But anyhow, I want to thank you for your 12 years of service on the audit
Thank
committee.
you, Jim. I appreciate that. It's been an honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the support.
Yes. Thank you, Wayne. I concur.
Okay.
Appreciate all your hard work.
Thank you, Bonnie.
And we'll meet this afternoon
That's
at our
right.
audit committee meeting.
That's correct. We will.
All right.
All right.
And Wayne, did you, or Andy, please step up. It looks like you've got a few comments.
Yeah. Good morning, Chairwoman Gore, members of the board, Andy Sisk, Placer County Auditor Controller. I just wanted to take a moment to personally thank Wayne Nader for serving on the audit committee at its inception in 2008. I think it was a great idea. Again, the county always being very proactive, established this audit committee. Many counties do not have an audit committee, but I think Wayne was the perfect candidate to be on the committee to start. In 2008, he has been the chair the full 12 years. Supervisor Holmes has been on the audit committee the full 12 years. We appreciate your service, and Chairwoman Gore is the newest member of our audit committee. We thank you for being on the audit committee. The last thing I'll say about Wayne is he mentions Workday. I didn't tell him to mention Workday, but I'm glad he did, because the CAFR we just issued was the first CAFR we produced with Workday. And yes, we did have to file a 60-day extension to file with the Government Finance Officers Association, but I can tell you we are very proud of this CAFR. It took a lot of hard work to put this one together, and so it goes to the dedication of my team and my office to put this thing together. Nicole Howard, Carol Hearn, and Andrew Pope just led the charge in getting things done, not only from a financial reporting perspective, but also kept the internal audits flowing as best as they could. So again, thank you, Wayne, and I have a parting CAFR for you as you leave the audit committee. So thank you again.
Thank you very much, Andy. This is just a report. I will open it up to public comment just because I don't think there is any. All right, and close public comment. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. We will now move to item 6A, which is the sewer connection fee annual adjustment. And I think we've got a staff member via Zoom. Yes, Robin Mahoney.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Rob Mahoney, Environmental Engineering Division, Department of Public Works. Today, staff is requesting that your board conduct a public hearing to receive public testimony regarding the proposed connection fee adjustment and adopt and waive oral reading of an ordinance amending section 13-12-350 of the Placer County Code to increase the sewer connection fees for sewer maintenance districts 2 and 3 and county service area 28 zones of benefit 2A3 and 173 from $9,505 to $9,735, or 2.4% per equivalent dwelling unit, to reflect increases in the regional component approved by the South Placer Wastewater Authority. Wastewater collected within sewer maintenance districts 2, which is Granite Bay, and 3, which is Horseshoe Bar, and county service area 28 zones of benefit 2A3, which is Sunset, and 173, which is Dry Creek, is conveyed to one of 2 wastewater treatment plants owned and operated by the city of Roseville, the Dry Creek plant or the Pleasant Grove plant. The funding mechanism for the wastewater treatment plants is through the South Placer Wastewater Authority, or SPWA, which is a joint powers authority comprised of the City of Roseville, Placer County, and the South Placer Municipal Utility District. Connection fees from all sewer entities utilizing these wastewater treatment plants include a regional component that is used by the SPWA to fund wastewater treatment plant expansions. Current connection fee in the county districts in these affected districts is $9,505 per equivalent dwelling unit, or EDU, which includes an $8,037 per EDU regional component and $1,468 per EDU for the local component retained within each county district. On July 1st, 2020, SPWA increased the regional connection fee to $8,267 per EDU. The increase is based upon changes in the Engineering News Record Construction Cost Index as specified by the Roseville Municipal Code, covers a one-year period, and is consistent with the SPWA agreements. In order to accommodate the SPWA regional component increase, staff recommends your board increase the county connection fee in these affected districts by $230 to $9,735. In order to adjust connection fees, your board must conduct a public hearing, approve an amendment to the ordinance adjusting the connection fees, and make a finding that the higher fees are derived directly from the cost of providing service. Based on an estimate of 200 new connections in these affected districts in fiscal year 2021, approval of the connection fee adjustment would result in $46,000 of additional revenue this fiscal year that would be paid to the City of Roseville on a monthly basis as connection fees are collected and credited to the county's rate stabilization fund for wastewater treatment plant expansions. Once again, staff is requesting your board conduct a public hearing to receive public testimony regarding the proposed connection fee adjustment and adopt and waive oral reading of an ordinance amending section 1312-350 of the Placer County Code to increase the sewer connection fees for sewer maintenance districts 2 and 3 and county service area 28, zones of benefit 2A3 and 173 from $9,505 to $9,735, or 2.4% per equivalent dwelling unit, to reflect increases in the regional component approved by the South Placer Wastewater Authority. And at this time, I will entertain any questions you may have.
Thank you, Robin. Appreciate that. So we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. No questions from supervisors. Anybody from the public? No comments from the public. So with that, we can take action.
Move approval of the rate increases just discussed.
All right, motion by Wygant, a second by Supervisor Gustafson. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Euler temporarily absent. Thank you very much, Robin.
Thank you.
We'll move to item 7A, which is the urgency ordinance for a 90-day extension on the ordinance reducing certain outdoor retail regulations and sign requirements. Hi, George.
Hi. So, yes, before you today is a request for the extension of the urgency ordinance, which, as you stated, helps with social distancing issues, allowing restaurants to move into parking lots and on the sidewalks and that sort of thing. It's originally was approved until July 10th. It will sunset at midnight on July 10th. So we're asking that it be continued to 90 days, which we believe takes us into the time when people will no longer want to be sitting outside anymore. So,
at least in Tahoe.
At least in Tahoe. So that's the request before us today, and I don't have anything else unless you have questions for me.
Thank you, George. Any questions? All right, we'll open it to comment. Public, no public comment. Supervisor.
Second.
All right, second by Supervisor Gustafson. Did you have any comments? Cindy?
I was just going to express my gratitude to staff for assisting our business community to be able to continue to function in the best way possible to keep people employed and paying their bills and surviving in this.
Sure, happy to do it.
Great.
So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's take a roll call, please.
Wygant.
Yes.
Holmes. Euler. Gustafson.
Aye.
Gore.
Aye. Thank you, George.
Thank you.
Item 8A, which is the urgency ordinance to delay annual adjustments to service fees for the Community Development Resource Agency and the Agricultural Commissioner, Sealer of Weights and Measures. Vanessa. Hello, Vanessa.
Yes, hello. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Vanessa Lieberman, and I'm a management analyst in your county executive office. The item before you today is to introduce, waive oral reading, and adopt an urgency ordinance to delay adjustment to various fees for services in response to the COVID-19 emergency. If adopted, this urgency ordinance would apply to fees for the Agricultural Commissioner, Sealer of Weights and Measures, and the Community Development Resource Agency. Example of ag fees are apiary inspections, the inspection and certification of plant shipments, and quarantine shipment inspection. Cedra fees include the building department, engineering and surveying, planning, and other administrative fees. This item is typically taken to the board annually for implementation in July. The Ag Commissioner, Sealer of Weights and Measures, and Cedra fees are based on the Consumer Price Index, CPI, and the Construction Cost Index, CCI. Government Code Section 25123 allows the county to enact an urgency ordinance for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, or safety, and to make the ordinance effective immediately. As noted in the staff report, the COVID-19 pandemic and the expected decrease in the construction and development projects, along with the financial impacts to farmers and ranchers, are expected to directly impact county residents by eliminating job and revenue sources, and will contribute to the obstacles for the development and agricultural communities during otherwise financially difficult times. Staff recommends delaying these fees until December 2020, when at that time we will return to the board with a recommendation to either implement or request to delay the fee increase further. Neither Cedra nor the Ag Department budgeted this additional revenue in their FY 2021 budgets. Therefore, there's no fiscal impact to the county. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Vanessa. Any questions? We'll open it to the public for questions or comments. No. All right, we'll bring it back. All right. Motion by Supervisor Holmes.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Wygant. Roll call, please.
Wygant.
Yeah.
Holmes. Euler. Gustafson.
Aye.
Gore.
Aye. Great. Thank you very much, Vanessa. Appreciate that. And item 9A, which is the GSAC fiscal 2021 contract. Hi, Sherry.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Sorry about that mishap. I'm here today to present to your board for consideration. I'm sorry, I'm drowning. The 2021 contract with the Greater Sacramento Economic Council. By way of background, GSAC has become an established leading regional economic development organization, or EDO, bringing together 44 corporate CEOs and 20 public sector communities, including Placer County. GSAC and Placer County provide access to the California's innovation system, world-class talent, and a mega region of resources, all at a cost that allows for sustainable growth relative to the Bay Area. This past year, in spite of the challenges with this pandemic, GSAC did successfully complete its scope of work with funding provided in part by this county's contract. The thrust of the work this year, which I know Danielle, who's on standby, will review, included the development and progress of 2 major innovation centers, including the California Mobility Center and Aggie Square, which will create a hub of innovation, new jobs, and an education pipeline to support those industries. In addition, GSAC completed its second successful site selector FAM tour that we participated in, receiving overwhelming positive response from national site selectors. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Danielle Casey, Vice President of Greater Sacramento, who is on tap to present an overview of this year's work. Danielle, I can see you.
Thank you, Sherry. Madam Chair and members of the board, I hope my floating head isn't too distracting. For some reason, I keep hair keeps disappearing, but it's a pleasure to be here representing Greater Sacramento and sharing some updates with you. So I will work to be brief, but there is quite a bit of information that we love to get in front of you. I'm going to go through just a few items that are going to be an update on service delivery for the year, and then also a few things that we want to make sure you're aware of that we will be working on going forward in your service. Hope we can continue to move forward. The first thing I'm going to hit on is local community return on investment. So if you want to go 2 slides ahead from here, that would be great. Perfect. So we do calculate, as you all know, our economic impacts to the communities in our region. And these are our 5-year impacts that, for those of you that are probably very aware, GSEC is only 5 years old as of this past January on paper. So, you know, we've calculated all of the total impacts, and we do get questions on how these economic impacts are calculated. And I've got a wonderfully extensive white paper on all of that for you if you're interested. But essentially, this concept is part of an economic model created by a third party that includes estimates as well as other data sets that use your own tax calculations, etc. But the idea in the economic model is that even if a locate or a company were to locate in another community or part of the region, there is an absolute economic impact to your community. And these are based on census travel patterns and impacts of shopping and other revenue from the direct as well as the indirect jobs that are created by any business. It was actually interesting. I know it's not as applicable to you all, but it was just another case in point. We had an interview with a company in Lincoln just last week and had an extensive phone call, and they were very clear that they're recruiting a third of their employees, but actually out of Yuba City. So, you know, it's very, very difficult to limit economic impact among borders. It's really a regional issue. Next slide, please. Some additional 5-year impacts to Placer County that I wanted to share. We have had 7 total locates in the county over the 5 years, which accounts for an estimated 1,953 direct and indirect jobs, 256 million in payroll, and then a total economic output of more than 1 billion. A couple of recent locates this past year that I wanted to highlight that are Placer County locates are Air International as well as Hypersonics. Air International is located in Auburn. They're an advanced manufacturing industry. They have 60 jobs with an average wage of 55,000 and about 18 million in direct local impact annually. So this is a great project, and we're already starting to work on connecting them with other manufacturers in the region that create components for them. So we're working extensively on supply chain. Frank Rimmerman and Company is a finance group that located in Roseville. Small amount of jobs, 12 jobs with 50,000 average wage, but they still create more than 1 million in direct impact. And then Hypersonics, again, a small technology firm with 10 jobs of an average wage of 75,000. So again, just in the past year. Next slide, please. Some additional values to Placer County. There have been 29 RFIs issued in the last year. So opportunities, these are leads that we're out generating or working on that we then provide to the community in the region to respond to if you have interest in applicable sites and opportunities. We've done a ton of local engagement opportunities, and what those mean are different opportunities to get together, whether face-to-face with other economic development directors or in high-level programming that GSEC produces. We've done 6 trade shows and market opportunities. We've generated 85 overall new qualified prospects, and our marketing impressions for the region were 380 million. This is estimated by a third-party database called Meltwater. And if you look at the dollar value, that's about $7 million if you were paying for that ad value. So we're really excited about that, especially in the wake of COVID, to be able to get our message out there, which we did extensively this spring. Next, please. A few other things that Barry wanted to make sure that I highlighted for everyone. Of course, we were supportive of the Sunset Area Plan for Placer County as a very key development and critical location for future higher education. We hosted a Champions on the Road program in the county as well, educating attendees on the importance of economic development specific to the county. Again, I mentioned our locates previously, and we also did some webinar programming specific to the county on those higher education discussions. Next, please. Just a little reminder as well that, while we also have our public sector involvement, we have extensive CEO and private sector involvement. And these are just some highlights of board members that have a presence in Placer County that you all are able to interact with at our board meetings. And a little note on our upcoming board meetings and what's been going on. We've all been living in this virtual world that's been tremendously interesting. We are actually getting notes out today. So Supervisor Euler will be receiving invitations. We're going to be doing virtual input sessions for our action plan for this year, which is really a full recovery strategy. So this is going to be very important. We have a facilitator who's done some really amazing national work. She was going to be with us at the retreat in June and things changed. So we're going to be doing a series of virtual input sessions that will then lead up to revisions and final adjustments, and then bringing back a finalized action plan for full board consideration in September. So we'll be doing these calls in early August. So please stay tuned for that. We think it's going to be very, very critical to hear from all of our communities and all of our leading companies on the board in terms of recovery strategies and also what's critical at the hyperlocal level as well. Next, please. As we talk about some of GSEC's value, this is a pretty wordy slide. You have it in your packet, but really reminding everyone, and we just hosted a great refresher session with all of our economic development directors in the region on all of the data sets and resources that are available through GSEC. And I like to call it an economy of scale type model. We have access to databases that many alone would cost you $20,000 alone to access. It would cost you time for training staff for things that you may only need once or twice a year, but when you need them, you need them. So this is just a nice snapshot of things that are available to your team. They've definitely tapped into it and taken advantage of all of these resources in the past, and we look forward to continuing. Next, please. And we'll just go on ahead one more. Our total impact delivery since GSEC's inception. I know we talked a little bit about specific to the county. We also want to talk about the county's contribution to an organization like ours and what that means for the greater region and the state of California. And again, if you look at this, our impact to greater Sacramento, average wages of well above $61,000, local tax revenue to all of our local communities, 76 million and higher, and then a tremendous impact to California's total economic impact. And this was actually a feature we added to our model this year because we wanted to get a sense of what we were doing also for the state of California. And that's about 129 million in tax revenue to the state that's come in through any projects that we had a material influence on since 2015. So from an ROI standpoint, we're feeling pretty good. And finally, next, please, we have, I'm going to talk just very briefly about our future continued service delivery. These are just some examples that I want to share with everyone. We are going absolutely business as usual, if not even harder in many directions. So if I'm going to skip to, yes, and one more, please. Recovery messaging campaigns. It's funny, I would always get questions, and for those of you that are aware, my past, this is my first time in a public-private partnership. My past was with local municipalities, so serving on the public servant side for 15 plus years. So, I used to always get the question, well, how come I don't see your ads in our local paper or our local areas? Well, for a regional group, our PR is going to be in external markets. Our local folks aren't necessarily, unless we're just building local brand, they're not necessarily the target audience we're trying to reach. So right now, actually, it was through the month of June, we have had targeted ads in the business journals in Seattle and the Bay Area and Los Angeles. We've been having ads running in the Wall Street Journal in the background, and I'll tell you, the second and third most visited pages in the last week of June were due to those ads. So we are driving activity towards our website with people that are a very, very targeted audience and are learning more about Greater Sacramento and our region through these strategic ad campaigns. So we're continuing with national PR efforts to raise the brand of the entire region. And one other thing that maybe you all haven't heard about, we've been sharing as much as possible. It seems to be, for some it might seem to be something little, but for us it was a big deal when we started Greater Sacramento Economic Council. The website URL, greatersacramento.com, had been purchased by a bot or was unavailable. I think they wanted $20,000 for it, so we held off, but we were finally able to purchase it a few months ago. So now instead of Select Sacramento as our URL, which I think to many felt like it maybe wasn't representative of the entire region, we are now greatersacramento.com officially. So little wins, but we were very excited about that and thrilled to be pushing that out externally. Next, please. And research services, lead generation, value proposition refinements. Just want to assure everyone that we are 100% continuing with all the levels of work that we've delivered in the past. We're actually in a full revamp of all of our pitch deck materials and value propositions. We're doing a lot of work behind the concepts of employee experience that we keep hearing, especially from technology companies and other firms that are thinking more and more about what is my employee going to experience? What does COVID mean to the office market and to manufacturers as they start experiencing a new workplace? So we're changing all of our materials to be cognizant of that and really speak to that. So we're going to continue with our critical research licenses, and we now have 7 MOUs with brokerage offices that are working hand in hand with us to push materials information. And then next slide, and we're almost finished. Wanted to share that we will continue our polished national site selection program. So we're still planning on bringing folks out this fall. When it says delivery value here, this is our estimate of what it would cost, any one community to do this independently. As opposed to, working as a region. As we talk and repeatedly talk to site selection consultants, and we do this regularly, we actually have an internal quota of reaching out to 10 of them a month personally and continuing that dialogue. So what we hear from them is it's absolutely a regional selection issue. They're looking at regions, and they're always looking at regions to eliminate, not to include. So we're working to make sure that they always have a reason to be included. And then we're also doing on-demand virtual familiarization tours. We took this spring, we completely, for the first time ever, started using GIS maps and using Esri GIS to do different tour maps and experience maps so that they can get a sense of our region even if they can't be here. And then last information slide, but not least, we do have some new consortium models that are also being launched. We recently had a great virtual media tour where we kind of did a soft rollout of our FinTech consortium model. And what this means is we're seeing significant numbers of companies as well as coupled with growth opportunity in national industries and tremendous connection into the Bay Area for companies that are growing in these specific fields. So, and if anyone saw, there's an announcement out to Bear this morning or regarding Bear about looking for new facilities in the Bay Area. So hope you all know we've got many, many phone calls into them, letting them know that we are part of the mega region and should be considered. So that's just one piece when we think about life science. So finally, again, as I mentioned, we're really looking forward to involvement and assistance in the action plan. You can go to the final slide, please. In our action plan, and I am thrilled to be here. Thank you all for your work with us. I want to thank Sherry. There's been, you just have a really amazing team there. And one of the things we will be doing, I believe our team is already reaching out to schedule times, is we know that economic development offices in every single one of our municipalities and counties are highly taxed with trying to solve issues and support your local businesses. We know that you're all having to pivot on all of your recovery plans and how you're supporting all that. So we want to be there. And think about the regional efforts, but also know and understand what we can do individually for each one of our partners. So we're going to be holding individual meetings to get a better sense of what's going on and figure out how we can best support the county going forward. So Sherry should be getting a calendar invite from us very, very soon for that conversation. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you so much for the update. We appreciate it. Sherry, any additional comments?
No, just any questions or comments from the board? No.
All right, questions, comments from the board? No? We can open this up to the public. Do you have any comments from the public?
I have none.
All right, and then I'll bring it back to the board.
Second.
Motion from Supervisor Euler, second from Supervisor Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, motion carries. Thanks so much. Maybe bring some of those Seattle businesses to Placer County. I'd want to have my business here.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Okay, let's see. What we'd like to do is we've got a timed item at 12:15. We can take a couple of HHS items. Amy, you've got 2, and then what I think I'd like to propose is move to closed session at 11:45, which gives us a half an hour before the 12:15 update. So come on up. Amy, we'll take your, it looks like you've got 3 items. We'll take your 3 items, and then everybody else gets to wait.
Okay, I'll be quick. All
Not
right.
a problem, thank you.
All right, good morning, Chairwoman Gord and members of the board. I'm Amy Ellis, Director of the Adult System of Care, here with an action item to approve a revenue agreement with the California Department of State Hospitals for mental health diversion services from July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2023 in the amount not to exceed $1,065,000, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services or designee to sign subsequent amendments not to exceed $100,000, consistent with the subject matter and scope of work. In 2019, DSH awarded Placer County grant funding as a result of a competitive process to deliver pre-trial mental health diversion services for individuals charged with felony offenses. This funding will assist in developing new pretrial diversion programs and services across the continuum of care for those with significant mental health challenges, are justice involved, and are found at risk or found to be incompetent to stand trial. Over the past 6 years, Placer County, similar to the rest of the state, has experienced a significant increase in individuals with serious mental health disorders found incompetent. During the previous year, 30 individuals from Placer were admitted to DSH Hospital for treatment and competency restoration. These individuals waited for a state hospital bed an average of 100 days in custody after being found incompetent to stand trial. This grant will enable us to quickly assess and provide necessary treatment and services before they are even declared incompetent to stand trial. These services will help minimize time in custody, disruption in the individual's life, and further minimize recidivism in the criminal justice system. The goal of this program is to successfully divert 21 individuals from state hospitals over a period of 3 years. This new diversion grant will allow Placer County to continue its strong relationship with the Department of State Hospitals while expanding its services to this population. The agreement is fully funded with state dollars and is included in the department's fiscal year 2021 budget and will be included in future budgets through 2023. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Amy. No questions from board members? Nobody from the public, so we'll bring it back to the board.
Second.
Motion from Holmes, second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And we have item 11B, which is contract renewal with California Psychiatric Transitions.
Yes, Amy Ellis again, with an action requested to approve an agreement with California Psychiatric Transitions in the amount not to exceed $550,000 from July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the agreement with Risk Management and County Council concurrence and to sign subsequent amendments up to $55,000 consistent with the agreement's subject matter and scope of work with Risk Management and County Council concurrence. Placer County Adult System of Care provides mandated mental health services to approximately 24 individuals each year with severe mental illnesses who need restrictive treatment in longer-term locked Institute for Mental Disease, or IMD, facilities. CPT has been a contracted provider with Placer County since January 1st of 2013. In addition to providing the necessary and required services provided in locked facilities, CPT offers a specialized competency restoration program and a diversion unit that provides intensive and additional services to those persons who have not previously been restored to competency. CPT provides a more cost-effective service and alternative to state hospitals with potentially better outcomes. During fiscal year 1920, CPT treated 2 of our most vulnerable mentally ill clients. Staff work to move individuals to lower levels of care as soon as the individuals are ready. This agreement includes 45% in state funding and 55% in county general fund. This expenditure is included in the department's fiscal year 2021 budget. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Looks like no questions and nothing from the public. And bring it back.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And 11C, which is Drug Medi-Cal Organized Delivery System Agreement, contract with Granite Wellness Centers.
Yes, Amy Ellis, one last time, to approve an agreement with Granite Wellness Centers for substance use treatment services from July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $9,826,320. and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the agreement with Risk Management and County Council concurrence, and to sign subsequent amendments up to $100,000 consistent with the agreement's current subject matter and scope of work with Risk Management and County Council concurrence. So Granite Wellness Center is Placer County's largest drug medical substance use treatment provider that offers multiple levels of care. Granite Wellness Center offers residential treatment services, outpatient and intensive outpatient treatment services, residential withdrawal management or detoxification services, case management, recovery services, recovery residences, and medication-assisted treatment. This provider is a vital part of the continuum of care necessary to provide mandated substance use treatment. Our contracts demonstrate Placer County's continued emphasis on collaboration with criminal justice, human services, mental health, and children's system of care to leverage available funding and provide the most cost-effective and appropriate care to those headed for or already within our systems. Placer County partnerships and community providers work together to achieve recovery. Funding for this mandated service is comprised of 100% federal and state sources. Funding in the amount of $4,913,160 is included in the department's fiscal year 2021 budget and will be included in future budgets as needed. Any questions?
Looks like there are no questions. Anything from the public? All right, we'll bring it back.
Move approval.
Motion by Gustafson, second by Holmes. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Great. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amy. Nice to see you in person. And with that, we are going to move to closed session, and I'll have County Council report out.
The board will now adjourn to closed session to consider one conference with real property negotiators and one conference with labor negotiators.
All right, so do you think we will finish in 30 minutes, or will it take longer? All right, so we anticipate being back here for the 12:15 item, more or less. Thank you very much. All right, we'll have our county council report out on closed session.
The board met in closed session to consider two items. First, on the conference with real property negotiators, the board heard a report and provided direction. On the second, conference with labor negotiators, the board heard a report and provided direction. This concludes the report out of closed session.
Thank you, Karen. We will start our 12:15 timed item, not too bad, 12:30, and it's our update on COVID-19, item 10A. So we'll have an update from Dr. Sisson, and Dr. Sisson, I believe that you are on the line.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to provide an update on coronavirus. Hang on one second. So as I've done previously, I'll update your board on the numbers of hospitalizations, cases, tests, and where Placer stands on other important indicators. But first, I'd like to start by discussing the state's reopening roadmap. The state of California is closely monitoring COVID-19 data in each county, specifically in 4 areas: tests per day, disease transmission, hospitalizations, and hospital capacity. The state has indicated that counties should be ready to resume limitations if coronavirus burden increases. Counties that remain on the county monitoring list for 3 consecutive days are required to shut down 7 sectors unless they can be modified to operate outside or by pickup. These sectors include dine-in restaurants, wineries and tasting rooms, movie theaters, family entertainment centers, zoos and museums, card rooms, and bars. The state actually indicates that bars must close all operations, even if they are operating outdoors. As of July 6th, 23 counties have remained on the county monitoring list for 3 consecutive days, including Sacramento County, and must close indoor operations in the 7 sectors I just noted. Placer County is not currently on the county monitoring list and remains in stage 3 of the reopening roadmap, with higher risk workplaces allowed to remain open. In a few moments, I'll show where Placer stands on the state developed county level metrics and describe how they've changed over the last few weeks. Given the surge in COVID-19 cases statewide, as well as sector pullbacks in many counties, the state does not plan to issue guidance in areas of local interest soon, including for youth sports or small gatherings. You will recall that we have continued to check in with the state about when this guidance would be released. On Thursday of last week, the state launched its Wear a Mask public awareness campaign in response to the surge in cases statewide. A few hours before the state's launch, Placer County released its own face covering campaign dubbed Got It Covered, which showcases Placer residents and business owners sharing their reasons for wearing a face covering. Residents who are interested in the campaign can learn more and participate by visiting Placer County's coronavirus webpage. The Reopen Placer group has also organized distribution of face coverings, hand sanitizer, and other supplies to local businesses. In response to a surge in cases in Lincoln, community partners have been distributing face coverings to residents and businesses there. I'm grateful for these dedicated partners helping to slow the spread of COVID-19 in Placer. Let's turn our attention to Placer-specific data, starting first with hospitalizations. If you could please pull up my slides. Thank you. We currently have 28 confirmed COVID-19 cases in Placer County hospitals, with 5 confirmed cases in the intensive care unit. Of Placer County's current cases, 13 are hospitalized. Increases in local hospitalizations are occurring against a backdrop of increases in statewide hospitalizations. Nonetheless, at this time, Placer County hospitals have adequate capacity, including available critical care beds, ventilators, and personal protective equipment. The county has been distributing doses of remdesivir, a promising therapeutic, to our local hospitals after receiving shipments from the state. Next slide. There are now 938 laboratory confirmed COVID-19 cases in Placer County. An average of 36 new cases per day have been reported in the last 7 days. As the chart illustrates, compared to 2 weeks ago, cases have increased by almost 70%. Next slide, please. As of July 3rd, Placer County Public Health has received 27,175 initial tests to detect new COVID-19 infection. Overall, 3.4% of tests have been positive to date. The 7-day average testing positivity rate is at 6%, representing an increase from the previous 7-day reporting period. An increase in test positivity means that positive tests are increasing faster than all tests, which indicates that the burden of disease is increasing. It's worth noting that testing positivity is trending up statewide, not just in Placer County. One current challenge statewide is delays in test processing at commercial labs as testing demand has increased. Delays in test processing create a delay in starting our contact tracing and subsequently in timely notification of close contacts to quarantine. We and numerous other counties have communicated our concerns regarding this turnaround time to the state. Testing sites across the state, including in Placer County, are also beginning to experience shortages of specimen collection supplies. So far, Placer County Public Health has been able to fill the supply gap for these sites, but our own supply of compatible kits may soon be exhausted. Our contact tracing effort has identified 3 primary themes for possible exposures. These are large households where staying away from others while ill is difficult, community and extended family gatherings, and workplace exposures. We will keep close track of these themes as the coronavirus outbreak evolves. Next slide. Placer County Public Health continues to closely follow data related to disease burden and county preparedness. This slide shows the triggers that Placer County agreed to in its May 11th attestation to track for increasing restrictions. Over the last 2 weeks, we have observed decreases in doubling time of cases and increases in hospital census and healthcare worker infections. Next slide. Now, I'd like to circle back to where I began, county level metrics developed by the state. The California Department of Public Health is actively monitoring each county's data and engaging counties that exceed thresholds. We have been paying close attention to the state's metric of 14-day case rate per 100,000 residents and have observed notable changes over the last month. On June 7th, Placer's 14-day case rate was 25 per 100,000 residents. As of today, our local case rate stands at 101.4 per 100,000 residents, which for the first time exceeds the state's case rate threshold. It is likely to take a few days for this indicator to be shown on the state's county data chart. This is because we're using more up-to-date data than the state. The 7-day test positivity rate has also risen over the past month. On June 7th, Placer County was at about 1.5 for our testing positivity rate. As of today, we are at 6%. The state only monitors hospitalizations in counties that have at least 20 hospitalizations. Last weekend, Placer reached 20 hospitalizations, so the state will now be watching for a 10% increase in the 3-day average of hospitalized cases. Placer has experienced a 41% increase in the 3-day hospitalization average compared to the prior 3-day period. This exceeds the 10% threshold set by the state. The share of ICU beds available in Placer County hospitals has also fallen from 41% on June 19th to 26% as of July 6th. This is above the state's threshold of 20% capacity, but it does represent a concerning trend. I will alert your board when our placement on the state's monitoring list is imminent. As I mentioned earlier, counties that remain on the monitoring list for 3 days are required by the state to shift to outdoor operations or to close in 7 sectors, and all bars must remain closed unless they are offering sit-down, dine-in meals. Given Placer County's current trajectory, businesses in the affected sectors are advised to begin preparing to transition to outdoor operations if they have not done so already. In summary, COVID-19 continues to increase its circulation throughout our community. While our local healthcare system remains capable of responding to an increase in cases, the growing incidence of disease is starting to result in greater numbers of hospitalizations and may soon result in greater use of the intensive care unit. We continue to ask residents to adopt practices that slow the rate of infection. These include staying home as much as possible, frequent hand washing, staying 6 feet away from non-household members, wearing a face covering in public, and limiting gatherings involving people outside your household. Gatherings of non-household members are not allowed under the current statewide stay-at-home order, except for protests, weddings, and places of worship. We recognize that people are longing for in-person interactions with friends and family. The safest interaction is a virtual interaction. The next safest is an interaction that is outdoor with everybody 6 feet apart and wearing face coverings with as few people as necessary. Even as COVID-19 cases have increased locally, I'm encouraged to see a growing number of Placer residents acknowledging the current risk and stepping up to take care of themselves, their loved ones, and their neighbors. Vulnerable older residents are heeding the call to stay home as much as possible. More people are wearing face coverings and keeping their distance in settings when they encounter people who aren't members of their household. And more people are getting tested when they have symptoms or have been exposed to an infected person. These efforts are appreciated, and they will continue to be crucial to our community's progress. We all have a role to play in slowing the spread of COVID-19. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the update, Dr. Sisson. Really appreciate that. Let's see, Supervisor, we'll start with Supervisor Holmes and move around.
Thank you, Dr. Sisson. From what you said, it's pretty evident that Placer will be put on the monitoring list in the next few days. Is that what it looks like? How soon?
Yes.
How soon do you think that would be before the end of the week, or?
I believe that it will be within the next week. So as I stated, there's a lag between the state's data and the county's data. The state's website says that it's a 3-day data lag, but other counties that have been making this transition from onto the county monitoring list have found that the lag may be shorter or longer, because in many cases the state and the county are calculating the case dates slightly differently, and so that can tweak the numbers a little bit. So I can't say with certainty when we will end up on the state's list, but I believe that it should be in the next 3 days. And then again, those rollbacks must occur after the county has been on the list for 3 consecutive days.
So it would be a good idea to notify those restaurants that have dine-in that they may have to resort to outside dining. Is that a safe assumption?
I do think that would be prudent.
Okay, thank you.
Robert.
Dr. Sisson, would you send me your slides, please? Would you email me the slides today?
Yes, sure, certainly.
Thank you.
Yeah, it sounds like we'd all like a copy of those, so if you could get that out, that would be great. Thank you. Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, Dr. Sisson, a couple questions. I'm curious about the distinction between folks being hospitalized with COVID versus those being hospitalized because of COVID. I was having a conversation with the hospital administrator toward the end of last week, and the hospital administrator said that now that they are testing everybody who's coming in for any kind of procedures, be they elective surgeries, whatever, that's being made up from during when the lockdown was underway, if they test that person that tests positive, but that person then is admitted to the hospital to do their elective procedure, that person counts as a COVID positive hospitalization. Is that correct?
That is correct. At this point, in the bed polling that the state of California is conducting, they do not make a distinction between asymptomatic positives, so you've described as being hospitalized with COVID, as opposed to people who are symptomatic who would be hospitalized for COVID. I have raised this issue with the state, and I'm hopeful that they will begin asking hospitals to track that data separately. Incidentally, I did have a conversation with one of our hospitals, and they indicated that at the time they had 12 individuals in the hospital, and 3 of them were asymptomatic positives or hospitalized with COVID, but not for COVID. Earlier that same day, they had 1 who was hospitalized with COVID out of 10. So it's somewhere, I would say, from that one hospital's experience, between 10 and 25%. But again, that data is not being reported to the state and therefore not being reported to the county. However, we have seen an increase in ICU stays, so that does suggest that the increase in hospitalizations is not simply because we are counting more, because we're testing everybody who's being admitted. I believe that only accounts for part of the increase in hospitalizations.
But to that point, there's no distinction on the ICU stays either. So if somebody's in a violent car accident that results in them in the ICU, and while they're in the ICU, they test positive for COVID, even though they're a result of the car accident, that still counts as a COVID positive ICU stay, does it not?
That is correct, but again, based on the anecdotal evidence from this one hospital, that was not their experience, that the patients in the ICU were in the ICU because of COVID. But you are correct that currently, for how the data are being reported, that is possible.
So did I hear correctly that of the 28 people hospitalized in Placer County's hospitals, 13 of them are actually Placer County residents?
No, that's not correct.
What did I hear?
Of Placer County's cases, 13 of them are in the hospital, but they are not all in Placer County hospitals. Some of them are in Sacramento County hospitals. So the hospitals do not report the county of residence of their patients. They only report the total number of cases.
So 13 of our residents who are positive are hospitalized somewhere, yet we have 28 hospitalizations in Placer County.
That is correct.
So then, just by definition, greater than 15 of the hospitalizations, 15 or greater of the hospitalizations in Placer County would have to be non-Placer County residents.
That is correct.
And yet,
our hospitals are in the southern part of the county, and so they're just over the border from Sacramento County.
They're most of them are in my district. I know, but my concern is we are being judged as a county whether or not our businesses may remain open. We're being judged in part due to hospitalizations, and yet if it were truly reflective of hospitalizations of people infected in our county, the number would be much lower.
That is correct, but I would also point out that the hospitalization is not the only indicator of concern, and it's primarily the case rate per 100,000, which is comprised only of Placer County residents.
And yet the case rate per 100,000 has absolutely no correlation with the hospitalization per 100,000. We've seen case rates spiking per 100,000, and yet what we're seeing is a significant number of those as younger and asymptomatic, are we not?
We do have many asymptomatic cases, but we also, again, the 13 cases who are in the hospital, of our cases, that I believe is an all-time high. So we have seen increases in hospitalizations along with our increase in cases. They are trending together.
But clearly, of a county with 400,000 people, 13 people in the hospital that we're saying are there because of COVID, when they might be there with COVID, is not a percentage that in any way, shape, or form would put us in the crosshairs of the state in terms of shutting our businesses back down.
So I'm not sure I'm following. We are in the crosshairs of the state based on the case rate and the hospitalizations.
And the hospitalizations. And my point is that our hospitalizations, if it were truly reflective, number one, of people who are in the hospital because they're actually sick with the disease as opposed to having been diagnosed as positive, but they might be there for something else. And number two, we're actually reflective of the illness in our population as opposed to the total hospitalization rate. We would not be in that and category.
Actually,
okay.
Go ahead, Cindy.
Now for an easier question. And I don't mean to make light of it. I'm very concerned, obviously, about this, and many of my constituents are very, very concerned about the virus, and so I want to express that first off. And Dr. Sisson, I know the numbers are confusing. We're being held to standards that we're not always in control of, to Supervisor Euler's point. These are not necessarily Placer County cases. And one of the challenges I've had throughout now for 4 months is really understanding these numbers, because even until today, I just written down how many of these cases, I think last night at the town hall, I came to understand in Dr. Sisson's report that the Placer County residents, there were 13 hospitalized, even though our numbers showed a higher hospitalization rate. So as I'm caught and truly torn apart about how to make decisions to protect public health and to protect economic health, the more data I have, the better it is for me to make these weighty decisions and to, so I'd appreciate getting the slides as well. And I'd also we also have a Nevada County hospital in Truckee that is hospitalizing maybe some Placer County patients, I don't know. And so I have to go to 4 or 5 different websites. I'm trying to figure all of this out to put some context around it from the polar extremes of constituents that either want to shut down completely or want us wide open completely. And so trying to balance that, any tools that you can provide and that we can get on a regular basis really help us understand that and help us prepare our business community. I am definitely concerned about where we're trending. And I'll say that I'm definitely concerned about where we're trending and the implications of that. At the same time, I want our residents to understand that our per capita incidence is still 36th in the state. So there are areas in our state that are experiencing well over, much higher rates, 3,968 cases per 100,000, and we're at 235. Not to say we shouldn't be concerned, and I want to repeat that. I am concerned, and I think everybody needs to be very careful about this virus and take reasonable precautions. But I also need everyone not to be reacting to the point of accusing us, me, and those of my peers as making decisions to endanger people's lives. That is not what we're here about. We are trying to find that balancing act, and it's exhausting, it's heart-wrenching, it is, I can't even express all the emotions I've gone through since taking this office and trying to get through a pandemic and do it in a reasonable fashion. So I urge us all to look at the cases per 100,000 and understand the risk out there, and the risk is profound for some, especially some, and we need to take all the precautions necessary. We have businesses, some of which are going to absolute extremes to comply with the state's guidance. We have other businesses that are not. How we enforce this, when I get concerns and when I get complaints, my concern is that the people that are doing the right thing at an economic cost to operating their businesses are going to get penalized by those who may have chosen to ignore or not be educated. I appreciate Sherry Conway reaching out to those businesses and trying to urge them to do the right thing, but at some point there needs to be enforcement, because we're all going to pay a significant price for whether we agree with it or not. The state is going to mandate it, and then we're going to be back in getting the emails of why somebody is going to refuse to comply if we go back to these restrictions. So I need to understand a couple things. One is I really commend us for doing the campaign on face coverings. Where is that being marketed? How are we informing people? I was asked again this morning, do people have to go to our website to see that, or are we actually marketing that? Are we putting it out? Certainly some of us up here know how to use social media. And how we do that and how we get that out to our residents so that they understand that face coverings are important. I'd like to see what we can do there, Todd, in pushing it out more with our PIO's office and making sure people are aware of that and what's at risk, not only for their health, but their public health from coronavirus, but their health and public health from their economic status if they're unable to work, unable to pay their bills, unable for their kids to go to school in the fall. The other thing is what we can do on enforcement, and I understand that the sheriff is an independent office and that he has strong feelings about why he should be involved in this, but the public does not understand why I or we can't do something about the bad behaviors that are putting people at risk. And so I need to understand what we can direct the sheriff to do and what we can't. I need the public to understand that. And what they've been able to do throughout this weekend, for instance, in the Tahoe area, we had mounted police, we had mounted sheriffs, police, sheriffs on bicycles and in vehicles. You know, what sort of issues were they confronted with? What tools can we help them with? We did give them face coverings if they wanted to distribute those or could help people feel more comfortable that they had a face covering. Hand sanitizer, some of the supplies that we received from the state, we made sure the sheriff had. But we need to help people do the right thing so that we can keep our county in a safe spot for both public health and economic viability. And then the other question I get is what can we do to enforce on state highways, interstate highways, county roadways? People want me to be able to shut it down because the visitation numbers are skyrocketing. I heard that again last night from the Forest Service up in Forest Hill, that the numbers are beyond anything they have seen before. People are trying to get out of cities and urbanized areas and get to the mountains, and when they do that, there is a huge concern from our communities about potential virus spread in those areas. So what can we do on enforcement there or in partnership with the state? If the state is concerned about our numbers, these people aren't our residents, how can the state assist us and what do we need to ask there? Our businesses are overwhelmed. They're feeling that they can't deal with the numbers because of the restrictions on how many they can seat, and so then they're having disgruntled customers say, why can't I get a reservation? Why can't I get a table? Why can't I do something? So it's very, very profound, very emotional. And And then the Truckee River. And I know we have a no alcohol through the 4th of July ordinance, but beyond that, if you had driven the river, it looked like spring break, like many of the bad images you see on national news about a certain demographic age group and what they're doing, and the concerns, again, of that behavior being allowed by Placer County or not dealt with. So I know I raised a bunch of questions for you, Todd. I did give you a heads up on some of these, and Karen, but I'm really interested in educating our public and having a piece that really explains what we can and can't do as it relates to some of these enforcement questions.
Well, Karen, we'll probably tag team this a little bit, I think. I did have an opportunity to take a look at the questions you had provided. Maybe we can just speak to a couple of these things. And then I'll give you a little update what took place this weekend regarding the sheriff's operation up in Tahoe. So maybe a quick start around the sheriff and the operations and what does, what oversight from a board standpoint do you have? And the reality is the sheriff is an independently elected official, and as such, he has the ability to handle those operations. Obviously, he takes your concerns, and I think he takes, in concert with not only the CEO's office, the rest of the departments, those concerns seriously, but he does have the ability statutorily to run his office in the way he deems fit, and that includes enforcement capabilities. I do think there is a question about restriction of state highways. I know we got a number of those. How do we get in and out? And Karen, please tag team onto me if I don't speak to this eloquently enough. But we do not have the ability to control the legal in and out of free movement within and out of that basin. Obviously, we ensure that people are doing it safe and speeding and these sort of things, but an actual shutting down of roadways in and out of the basis that are state or federal highway related aspects, we do not have any of that ability to do so, and haven't, I don't believe, ever. And then Karen, you want to talk maybe a little bit about access to county lands and that sort of thing? I think it'd be...
Sure. In terms of the county's property, we do have the ability, pursuant to Section 2.32.020, 3040, to have temporary closures and access control over county properties, such as, for example, Hidden Falls. We do not have authority to close down state or federal lands. The Truckee River falls under, I believe it's a state river.
I think it's a U.S. navigable waterway.
Yeah, so we don't have the authority to shut down a river, but we can certainly on county properties.
And if we were to shut down on county properties, say Commons Beach or any of the other county-owned beaches, who would enforce that, and how would we enforce that?
Well, that's the million-dollar question.
Right.
I can't speak for the sheriff. If you shut a facility and you have a gate across it and somebody decides to trespass, that becomes a different issue. But I won't speak for the sheriff as to what he will or will not enforce.
And I will add for the other supervisors, I completely understand that if we did that, those people would just go to other facilities, other neighborhoods, and inundate those as well. So actually, in some ways, the more we keep open, the more opportunity there is for people to distance and get out and enjoy fresh air in a physically distanced from others. But some are not making that choice, and they're staying within close proximity. And then what can we do? Is there anything we can do based on the governor's guidelines to enforce people not gathering in large groups, say on the river? So if they're clearly in violation of the governor's guidance? Is there anything the county can do?
Well, I'm not sure I can answer your question, because here's our problem. Under the Constitution, the board cannot direct the sheriff's operations. And I'd also note that under the orders and under the Health and Safety Code regarding enforcing the orders of the governor, it's not a shall, it's a may. So the sheriff may enforce it. Sheriff doesn't have to enforce it. If the sheriff doesn't enforce it, I have no idea who would enforce it, because you're not dealing with a situation. The only one who's authorized, let me back up, the only one who's authorized to enforce the governor's order is if the sheriff so elects. The governor can do what the governor has threatened to do, which is to have other state agencies enforce. ABC, OSHA, CHP are the three that I heard. So the governor can use state agencies to enforce. The county, we don't have an ordinance per se that says failure to socially distance or wear face masks is a nuisance to send out code enforcement to cite. Could you do that? Yes. Do you have sufficient code enforcement? I have no clue.
Well, I think you do have a clue. We
don't.
We
Yeah,
don't.
we
We don't. I mean, we can't enforce on short-term rentals either. And so I appreciate getting this on the public record. I do need to educate. We need, not just I, but we need to educate a lot of our community members as to the tools that we have. They often confuse us with a city. Why is the city police department able to do certain things versus sheriff? Why aren't you doing these things? And to try to find that balance is, I know, very trying for all of us. We want to protect public health first, but that does include people being able to put food on their table and pay their rent. And so we have to balance that, not with economic profit. I keep getting emails that all I care about is money, and that is not the case. What we're trying to do is make sure people can survive and not lose their entire life savings over this pandemic. So anyway, any reports on this weekend that you can share with us, Todd?
Yeah, so the sheriff's office actually did staff up. They're estimating between 2 and 3 times what their current staffing level is under normal situations. So they did, in addition, it was really in collaboration with the state parks and CHP, so they also had additional staff in the basin area. There was a small increase in calls for service, but arrests were down. A quick rundown, I mean, in terms of overall calls, it's kind of surprising, actually. The call volume was down about 18% from last year, so it was a little lower, about 327 calls over, and again, the 3rd through the 5th, so a 3-day weekend. We had 5 arrests, and for statistical purposes, last year we had 18 arrests. So we actually were down on the arrest side and a little more down on the calls, although, you know, it sounds like there are maybe some more passionate people that were calling than maybe what we've seen in prior years. So there was a great deal of effort, I think, in the sheriff's office to actually assist in this arena. And if we need additional staff or feel like we need some more support, I have no problem. You know, I'm in talk with the sheriff pretty regularly, and I think he would be supportive if you feel that right now we need an additional ramp up, at least to have a more visual presence. I will tell you that he did, in concert with really the CEO's office up in Tahoe, some of his deputies did have masks, and they did have some materials that they provided to residents in the event that they saw them. Again, more about educating the importance of that and kind of the social distancing piece. So they did do that, and I think we can continue that effort over the weekends too. So if you'd like me to do that, I'm more than happy to restate the importance of them being participatory there.
Well, I do really appreciate getting the statistics, and again, this is about public education, whether it's how to protect public health, how to keep our businesses alive and viable, and not miss this summer season if at all possible with another shutdown, and how we market how to be safe, because the more safe we can all be, the better for everything. And so I can talk with you further about enforcement. I just don't know what rules they can truly enforce, but I appreciate the opportunity to put this on the public record, and then I'll work with you and the PIO to try to get some information out that helps educate a number of people that are very, very concerned about the situation. The marketing campaign that we've done with face coverings, and I want to give all credit to Erin Casey and the CEO's office up in Tahoe, as well as the Take Care program. I don't know if the signs are still there, but maybe, yeah, we can put them on the camera later. But I think the whole idea is to use campaign-style signs in a friendly manner and just develop that culture. And I'll tell you, driving through town along the streets, I see families, I see everybody doing that. The Truckee River is an anomaly. You're out in the water, and are you going to cover your face and be able to consume a beverage while you're floating down the river is challenging. Oh, thanks, Megan. But I don't know if we can get these on the camera, but some of these signs and the collaboration, let me see, how's that? Yeah, there we go. And they're brightly colored, and I think you've probably seen the billboards, but these can be made for any community. Take Care does not need their URL on it, and so they offered if any community in our county wants to use the same campaign, they'll provide all the artwork, and thanks to Heavenly Valley and Vail for helping get the signs printed and getting it out. They're fun, they're cute, and they try to get a message across. So I think marketing and all the efforts that the county's put into that, as well as our business community, is the way to really educate. And then at some point, we really need to understand if we start to shut back down, that we're going to have a huge concern on enforcement, because it's really hard to ask people to shut back down at this point, and I'm sure all of us will be inundated with phone calls of people that choose not to do that because they need to take care of their families. So
Thank you, Cindy. Appreciate that. Supervisor Euler?
Yeah, just, Doctor, just a couple quick follow-up questions that came to mind. On our metrics, percent of ICU beds available, do we know how many total ICU beds are in our inventory in Placer County that get counted in this number?
I don't know that number off the top of my head. I'll have to look that up and get back to you.
Do we have a guesstimate? I mean, 10, 20, 30?
No, we have, I believe, pre-surge around 100 or so ICU, but it, give me a, if you come back to me in a couple minutes, I'll have an answer for you.
Okay, all right, that's fair. And then the other question, I don't know if this is one that you can scramble for an answer for or not, but we've established that at least 15 of the people in our hospital are not Placer County residents that are in our hospital, since we have 13 Placer County residents that are hospitalized with the virus, not necessarily because of the virus. Those 15 that are hospitalized in our hospitals, do we have any demographic data on them, any census data? Do we know, you mentioned the proximity to Sacramento, and while there might be a temptation to assume they might be Sacramento County residents, do we know that? Do we know if they are people that might be from other areas of the state that are dramatically more heavily impacted, that are being relocated to other hospitals around the state, as we know is occurring?
So we do not have place of or county of residence for the patients hospitalized in Placer County hospitals for COVID. But as the medical, or part of the medical health operational area coordinator of MOOC team, I would be involved in any transfers of COVID positive patients from other regions of the state. And I can tell you that there have not been any transfers into Placer County hospitals.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you.
And Supervisor Euler, the answer to your question about ICU beds in our 3 hospitals is we have 140 staffed adult ICU beds.
Okay, so is that the base number from which we determine our percentages?
That is correct.
Okay, so if we have 140, that means that dropping from 41% availability on June 19th to 26% availability on July 6th would mean that we would have had an additional occupancy of about 20 ICU beds in order to reduce the availability by 14%. I have never seen our ICU COVID higher than 5. So if we lost another 20 ICU beds, and yet I've not seen our ICU positive for COVID higher than 5, how are we not being dinged for folks going into ICU that are not COVID related at all?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
Yeah, my question is, when you look at June 19th, and again, I'm only asking this question because these are the metrics by which the state is measuring our ability to respond and our performance. And the impression that is being given when we see these numbers of 41% capacity of ICU beds out of a universe of 140 beds, that capacity then reduced by actually 15% down to 26% capacity that we're at 2 weeks later. Well, 15% of 140 is going to take us to about 21 beds. And so I'm just wondering, how did 21 additional ICU beds get absorbed, and yet we've only seen anywhere from 3 to 5 COVID positive patients?
I see. Well, because our ICUs are taking care of people who have all sorts of medical conditions. So COVID is just one of several conditions that could land you in an intensive care unit. So the issue, the reason why the state tracks total ICU beds available, and just so you know, that 26% currently available is 37 beds out of the 140. So those are the total number of beds available to anybody, whether they need to be in the ICU because of COVID or for other conditions that would require an intensive care unit stay. So you have to remember that our hospitals are taking care of all patients, not just COVID. And so we need to maintain capacity in the entire healthcare system to take care of all people with medical conditions who need care.
I agree, and was precisely the point I was trying to make earlier when I was talking about the ICU capacity and the number of people that we have that are hospitalized, and the distinction between hospitalized with and hospitalized because of. And yet we keep putting out these numbers of, oh my gosh, our ICU bed capacity has fallen by 15% in the last 2 weeks. That must mean we're jam-packed with COVID, when the simple fact of the matter is that if we've got 5 people in the hospital, that means about 3.3% of our ICU beds being taken up are COVID-related patients, and yet we only have 26% capacity. So I think it's important as we communicate with our constituents, I think perspective is hugely important here. And so that's all I'm trying to reinforce, is that we are being, first of all, we're being measured on hospitalizations and a change in 3-day hospitalizations, which, based on what we've learned today, has nothing to do with the behaviors of our own residents. If we know that no more than 13 of our own residents would be occupying those 28 spaces in the hospital, and yet as we see the hospitalizations climb, it's measured against Placer County. Same thing with the ICU beds. We see ICU beds being taken up, it's not necessarily by additional COVID cases, but it's being measured against our quote-unquote performance. So I'm simply looking at it from the standpoint, to Supervisor Gustafson's point, we're being measured against these metrics, many of which, regardless of the behavior of the people in Placer County, we are being affected by, obviously, outside sources. That's, I guess, the only point I was trying to make on the issue of perspective.
Question for Todd. What's the status of our CARE Act dollars?
We haven't received those CARE Act funds, although I will say that we did do the attestation, and that was actually signed last week. So we did agree to, we actually would adhere to the state order as well as the fiscal state or federal fiscal guidance about use of those CARES Act dollars. So we did do that attestation process, but we haven't received any of the funds to date.
And just so you know, I spoke with CSAC yesterday, and they anticipate a deal with the governor's office on backfill for the realignment dollars and the CARES funding in the next.
Yeah, Jane thought it was towards the end of July.
Towards the end of July for both of those. It'll be portioned out, but hopefully not all between now and the end of December. But they're working on a deal. So, and actually, we should hear something from CSAC today, is what I was told. And
so the governor is still positioning himself to gradually give our monies as compared to other counties who got all of theirs already. So what's that going to do? So we have $8 million that we had set aside to go to small businesses who needed that money 3 months ago. Are we going to meter that out in accordance with the governor's?
I think that's the advocacy that we need to talk about with CSAC. I mean, the beauty that we have right now is we brought to you kind of the game plan about the allocation of those funds. I think we're pretty well set for the actual layout for the businesses receiving those dollars, and so we're going to advocate for getting that money out as quickly as possible. And if that means he initially wanted to talk about monthly distributions, and I think there is now movement more in the space of potentially having those dollars up front if they're allocated.
But the point also, though, is minimally with the metering of that money, the county's going to be spending it slower than they would otherwise, which is going to dampen, as compared to otherwise, our local economy. And people need to understand that information. That's being driven explicitly by our governor's decision.
Correct. Let me just briefly speak to the PIO and then kind of the campaign for face masks. So this face mask campaign started on Friday. We did it with all of our social media accounts, obviously on our website. But we're happy to share that. I know many of you have newsletters, and we'd be happy to get that information if you want to share that in your own newsletters and on any websites that you may have. We also have a number of partners within the community. We're encouraging them to utilize the information we provided. So we have it in kind of native posts, so their ability to take that and transfer it onto their own social media campaigns. We're also going to be putting in this week's newsletter and further newsletters as those develop. And we do have a campaign going with, honestly, our residents called a Got It Covered campaign, so they can actually put posts of pictures or videos of their face coverings and really to kind of put more human touch to this aspect. So I think we're doing a variety of different things. I'll have more for you around that. But I will tell you it's kind of a holistic campaign, so it's not just targeted at one social media post or some website. We're trying to
get it out there.
Get it out to everybody beyond just the county.
I wanted to just make a comment when Supervisor Wygant was discussing all the other the counties over 500,000 who received all their funding. They still have a stake in this because there's additional funding, as we've talked about in the past, that the state is dividing up for them as well. They are going to get a portion of what we think we should have had per capita.
Correct.
And so they've still got money at stake that they've got to adhere to the governor's rules as well.
So they've received, 16 counties have received on average $174 per county resident, whereas 42 counties have received nothing so far. And the $1.3 billion, so $5.8 billion was handed out directly to those 16 counties. The $1.3 billion that was supposed to be then divided so that we establish some kind of parity, the governor is currently proposing to take half of that, give that additionally to those 16 counties who already got their $5.8 billion, thereby taking their average per capita to $193 per resident, whereas we in Placer County, under the current formula, will get $102 per resident. So 42 counties will get $102 per resident, 16 counties will have gotten $193 per resident, and they've already gotten, on average, $174 per resident, while we've gotten nothing.
Yeah, proportionally, they have no skin in the game.
None,
compared to us.
none.
Yeah.
All at the discretion of the governor.
Of the governor, 100% of the governor's discretion.
All right, I think, unless you have anything else, we need to
Nope.
go to public comment. So first, Dr. Sisson, thank you for your update and answering the questions. And we will move to public comment. We appreciate your input, folks, and we ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or under, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name for the record.
Dale Pike.
Go ahead.
Okay. On the 18th of June, we were issued a mandate to wear masks because the governor issued an executive order to do so. However, the governor did not sign an order. That came from the LA Times. And if you click on the LA Times for that particular day, it takes you to a guidance for the California Department of Public Health. The truth is that the supervisors are part of this deception and the intentional perversion of truth in order to induce another to part with something of value. This is called fraud. You cannot execute or enforce a guidance against the law, and nobody has the right to tell the people what to do unless it is a law. And according to Section 8567.B of the Emergency Act, the governor, after 60 days, you have to terminate all orders unless the legislature extends that order.
All right, thank you very much for your comments. I appreciate it. The next caller, please.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Let's shift to Zoom. Oh,
All right.
No, they're coming in.
Okay, now they're coming in.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Annie Bowler. Hold on one second. I just had to mute myself. So we at the Flower Farm have been following all state COVID-19 guidelines and plan to continue to do so, even though it is very much hurting our business. We're doing so because we know it's what's better for our community. We appreciate it. We reached out to Dr. Sisson recently and Supervisor Holmes, and we got some guidelines that I just kind of wanted to point out to you. Wedding ceremonies are permitted in right now, indoor venues with limited of 25% capacity or 100 people, whichever is fewer, and outdoor venues are limited only by their natural limits. But the key part is that wedding receptions and parties are not permitted at this time. What I wanted to point out is I wanted to ask if the county has been enforcing the state guidelines or if you're going to turn a blind eye to wedding receptions that are taking place. We're well aware that it's a rather wild west going on out there in the wedding industry, and I know it's very, very difficult, but as we all know, large gatherings are where transmission occurs, and so I just kind of wanted to give you a heads up in that area and urge you to look into it yourselves. Now is the time to really show some respect for this pandemic. As we can tell, it's ripping across America, and our area is being sucked into that. I really appreciate Supervisor Gustafson's points, and I applaud everything that you're talking about doing. Those are some of the things I was going to talk about. That we need to figure out how to keep it in check in our county. I think your social media ideas are really good. I would just keep doing them. I saw that there's signs on the freeway, wear a mask, beautiful. Just keep posting them and posting and posting in whatever way you can. Your newsletters are nice, but I'm not sure people read those, but more people are on different social media, the little chit-chats and communities, posting on those. Man, people are on those right now. So just reaching out to people to make them understand that they're a part of the problem here if they're ignoring this as an issue. Canada has way fewer cases than America, and it's because Canadians have remained vigilant, both individually and collectively. They view that they wear a mask as to keep everybody else safe, and they have not turned it into a political hot potato, and I would urge us not to do that either, because wearing a mask and staying apart from people in large groups is what's going to keep this pandemic in check in our region, which is, of course, what we all want, so that then our business can go back to normal. We realize we're not going to be able to have weddings for a long time, which is really hurting us, but we're willing to do that, but we don't want it to go on forever. So let's work together and solve this problem. I want to just say one more thing, and that is that your board approved a budget that included millions of dollars to promote tourism, which right now, I love tourism. I'm on the board of Visit Placer. I think it's kind of crazy because then you have the problems that you were talking about, Supervisor Gustafson. You also increased the sheriff's budget, and yet you've done very, very little for the businesses that are struggling. So you did give us masks, which I will thank you for. I really appreciate it. We're passing them out at our door. But I ask you to reconsider your budget and provide money for those that are struggling, citizens, nonprofits that are desperate for money right now, and local businesses like ours that are struggling. Provide money to those, and don't put money in areas that is worthless right now. I know you've already made that decision, but I just need to tell you I wasn't on the last time, and
Annie, could you please wrap up your comments?
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. And we are setting aside $8 million of the CARES funding, once we get the CARES funding, precisely for our businesses that have been hurt by this economic downturn and the closure. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, Catherine Curtis in Lincoln. I have some questions for Dr. Sasson. I know that we've got some cases in the Auburn jail. I'm hoping staff as well as inmates are being segregated and getting medical attention. But that kind of brought me up to, I know there's some group homes in Placer County that are not skilled nursing homes, but boarding care, that sort of thing, senior retirement complexes, Escadon type. I'm wondering how are those facilities being tested and what precautions they are taking individually as well as with the county's help. And I know that if I was a surgeon and I had a patient that had elective surgery and they tested positive for COVID, I would probably postpone that particular surgery until the COVID was taken care of. I know my husband had to postpone back surgery because of a possible lung infection. So I know doctors will defer to a more important medical case first. But again, back to the Auburn jail, I know I have some friends that work in corrections, and I worry about them when I see that there's been some high infection rates and deaths in the prison system, because I don't want them to have to bury their children when they might have gotten infected on the job. And so I'm glad the county is doing the face mask promotion. I think it might help keep our numbers down so that we don't have high death rates. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes. Please state your name for the record.
Dr. Katie Carlson.
Go ahead.
I am a resident of Granite Bay, and I want to just really commend the supervisors for using the face coverings and encouraging those in their districts. I feel very, very strongly that that should be your motto as a Board of Supervisor panel, and I'm grateful that those of you that are doing that. I'm also concerned, I'm in pediatricians, and I'm concerned that the fixation on the data regarding the hospital rate and the ICU beds, I've just been listening to the discussion around that. I think we need to really focus, as Dr. Sisson said, on the big picture of the hospital bed capacity, because that is the issue. As the COVID cases rise, they need to have a sufficient hospital beds for those cases. It is not a matter of which cases are COVID positive directly. It is a matter of, do we have the hospital beds to take care of the patients in the ICUs and in the hospitals? At Sacramento County is right next door, and to think that we are not going to get residents from Sacramento County in our hospitals in Placer County is, at best, not responsible to think in those terms. So I'm very, very concerned about that thought process, and I really want to encourage everyone to think of the bigger picture here. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Lisa Larkin.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I know you all heard Supervisor Euler make an unsubstantiated claim just a bit ago about members of our community who are trying to hold our elected officials accountable. As an elected official, we do hold you to higher standards, and social media posts going against the CDC, medical professionals, and our own county health officers is divisive, putting our constituents at health risk, as well as our community businesses at a higher economic risk. And then this most recent hate speech regarding people dying is a new low. Let me make this clear. My comments were not about the justice system or the death penalty or even questioning if those people were guilty. They were about having a code of conduct on our elected officials and asking them to have some decorum. Instead, Supervisor Euler reacted by insulting members of the public with absolutely no basis with his pro-Antifa or anti-American charges. I am highly involved in our community and taking care of those in need in our community, and I am for all people having equal rights in this community. Not only are those comments that he made baseless, they're harmful to the voice of citizens in today's divided and hostile environment. I feel that he's very aware of his comments being divisive, and I feel that they are also made intentionally to create more divide. He obviously knew his comments were horrible, thus his edit to his original post, or he would not have edited them. Our COVID is in our prison system, as the other person just noted. We know there are innocent people in prison. As I said earlier, 1 in 10 people on death row have been acquitted. So with COVID moving through our system, there's a chance that there are going to be innocent people killed who can't escape it because they're confined. There's even more of a chance that the guards will contract it and take it home to their families, friends, and communities. And we should be doing more to try and stop the spread, not glorifying the death of a few people. Mr. Euler, as much as I disagree with you on these issues, I wouldn't wish COVID on you, your family, or your friends. Locally, our numbers in Placer County are increasing significantly. Hospitalizations are increasing. ICU patients are increasing. And if we don't have the ability to force businesses to comply, we will be forced to shut down yet again. And I, along with all members in this community, do not want to see that. We want businesses to remain open. We want those that haven't been able to open, but there needs to be monitoring and enforcement for those not in compliance. There has to be something available. We had a form available on the Placer County site to report non-compliant businesses, only to be taken down 3 days later with no explanation. It's a safe way for people to report businesses not complying, not only from a customer aspect, but also an employee's aspect. Some employees are being called back to work with unsafe conditions and fear retribution for speaking out to the business managers and owners. This form provides a way for them to safely report the conditions and hopefully have someone in Placer County explore the situation and try to resolve it before we have to shut down or lose funding from the state. I would like to know why the form disappeared, if it will be brought back, and what you will do with the data that is collected when it comes in to make sure those businesses work towards becoming more compliant.
Thank you, Lisa. Can you wrap up your comments, please?
Thank you very much. I'm done.
All right, thank you. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Berkema. I would like to actually second the last two callers that spoke about the hospital capacity and some of the business logic arguments that are being used. So in terms of capacity, if you look at, and I would like to thank Dr. Sisson, I go out and look at her dashboard all the time, and her updates are amazing. I think that in terms of capacity, if you look at her dashboard, there are 3 region numbers. So you have the mid-region, the South Placer region, and the Tahoe region. And COVID is not going to target regions according to the capacity of beds that they have. If people are flocking to Waterways and Tahoe, first of all, those beds, from what I understand, there's like 20-something beds in the Tahoe area. People are going to come from Nevada. They're going to end up in hospitals. It's not going to be a distribution based on the residents in those areas. And so I think that looking at also LA is now transferring patients to the Bay Area. And that is because California residents are going to be treated by the governor as California residents. I applaud him for doing that, and I think the same thing is going to happen whether it's Sacramento or Nevada or any of the beds that get placed. So I hope that we think about that. In addition, in terms of funding, we just had $2.5 million given to Tahoe tourism, and yet Supervisor Gustafson just said you're being inundated. I would suggest that you take that money and give it to the Sheriff's Department. I don't think you can have it both ways where you say, we can take care of our county, we're keeping our numbers low, and at the same time not taking the responsibility to enforce the mask orders and the distancing and what businesses do. I don't think you can have it both ways, and I think it is the board's responsibility to work with the Sheriff's Department even further to come to some agreement. Other counties are fining people. They're closing businesses. They're doing what it takes to keep the general population safe, and I think that needs to be done in Placer also. So I hope that you would consider what you can do to help. What does the Sheriff's Department need to be able to go beyond education? And in terms of the funding, I think that Placer County has given Placer Ranch many developers. You're fronting them money, and yet you're talking about putting things on a monthly basis because you have to wait for funding from the state. I think those businesses deserve the money now, and I think whatever it takes to do that, if you can front money to Placer Ranch, Eli Broad, who's one of the richest individuals in the United States, you can afford to front money to the residents of Placer County. So I hope you'll keep that in mind, and thank you for doing what you're doing. I know that this is a trying time for you, and I do appreciate the work, but I think if you don't want to be seen as just a business, that you need to work on the aspect of working with the residents more and giving the money where it's needed, as it's needed. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is John Bowler, and I am with the Flower Farm. I'm one of the owners of the Flower Farm in Loomis, California.
Go ahead, John.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank you for this time, and I would especially like to thank our supervisor, Supervisor Holmes. We sent him a letter as well as the other supervisors. My son did last week, and I would also like to thank Dr. Sisson. You replied very quickly and very clearly as to answering the questions you could ask in my son's letter for guidance. Just as a note to all the supervisors, if you did not receive my son's letter, if you could please let me know. Supervisor Holmes has our contact information. I'd be happy to make sure you do get that. So just as a brief history, my family purchased a property, a 10-acre property in Loomis in 2004. At the time, it was just a small bed and breakfast with a lot of pasturage. Between 2004 and 2012, we added 3 cottages and have an active bed and breakfast until March. We built an events barn, which was active until March. Our cafe is reopened with outside dining, but only 2 days a week. Our citrus orchard, we've sold every orange, so it's there. There's no more money there. We have a small vineyard. We also have a nice nursery and a wine tasting room for a local winemaker. Between 2004 and 2012, my family pulled 12 permits with Placer County and have spent over $12 million as our business plan would allow for growth. Our property taxes in 2004 were $15,000, just under. The recent property tax bill we paid in February was over $38,000. And all of those increases in property taxes were based on improving our business, and they were very justified. Since March, our income level has dropped more than 80%. The heart of our business are wedding and events. And in fact, I think many of you have probably been to events, whether it's a fundraiser, an organization for the county, as a guest at a wedding, or a celebration of life. But until state guidelines change, that is the heart of our business, and it has stopped. It's zero cash flow at a time when, in February, we just wrote a check to Placer County for $38,000. I'm not calling to look for sympathy. I'm not calling to place blame or have political discourse. I greatly appreciate the challenges you guys are facing in this pandemic. There are no easy answers for difficult times, and that's what we're in. But I do know that you have the ability to discuss with staff to see if there's some way to lighten or lighten fees that are going to be upcoming, or to refund property taxes. All of our buildings, everything on that property that created the increase in our property taxes was based on our business, which has come to a standstill. We have, in the last 8 years, 2012, paid over $300,000 in property taxes. When you add up transient taxes and sales tax for our business and the associated businesses on our property, it's close to $1 million that we have contributed to Placer County. We just plain old need help, folks. I've talked with Kevin Bell in Public Works, and we received a check for $514, which I greatly appreciate. But when I look at my budget, it's not even a drop in the bucket. I've spoken with environmental health,
would you mind
had
just
a
wrapping up your
$700
comments?
reduction in fees, and it is much appreciated, but it also is not a drop in the bucket. So I would ask for questions or comments from the board or from anybody in Placer County who is the head of a department as to what you can do to lighten the burden of costs that you directly control. That's what I'm looking for, is assistance in a responsible, meaningful way. And thank you for your time. I appreciate any comments or questions you may have.
Thank you for your call. Appreciate it, John. We'll take the next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
My name's Homer.
Go ahead.
Hi, I just want to say thank you to the Placer County Board. You guys are amazing. You have done an amazing job through all of this,
You don't have enough people letting you know what good you are doing. And so I just want to thank you. I have friends that are losing their businesses in Placer County, and I have friends that are struggling to stay afloat, and they're doing everything they can, and they're complying with what you're wanting. And I just thank you for not increasing the fear with inaccurate information that we're getting from the governor and from the media, but because they're including Placer County with the rest of California, and that's not. We're better than that, and you guys are wonderful, and I just wanted to let you know that we're behind you 100%. God bless you, and keep doing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
No more live callers.
All right, we'll see if we have any Zoom callers.
Rosemary, go ahead and unmute your mic and start your video to give your comments. Rosemary, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Hi there, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks, guys. Well, first of all, let me just please make sure you understand that my call today is centered on safety and containment of this thing, as well as keeping our businesses open and keeping our economy strong. With that in mind, I feel there are lessons we have ignored from around the country, from outside the country, from within and around our state itself. And I'm sorry, but I hold this board and your negligence and appropriate public messaging early on, as well as a commitment to face these dangers as a total community-wide, county-wide ordeal. I do. There's been, up until now, when our numbers are starting to go and it's costing us money and things are looking dangerous, a real lack of demonstrable action. I take real issue with the sheriff as well as the county for not coming to some sooner way and means of addressing those who are flagrantly in denial of the order by the state. And for one thing, I don't understand why the sheriff can't use some of his community service officers, perhaps, and other people. We don't need armed law enforcement personnel showing up to businesses that are non-compliant, but we sure as heck could use community service officers that literally walk in, see people without a mask, see owners that aren't putting that criteria on their doors, write them out a citation, make it something demonstrable, don't argue, hand it to them, tell them to either pay the fine or tell it to a judge and walk out. It doesn't need to be any big deal, and we certainly have the people to be able to do it. I don't believe that those staff resources are not available or could be made available. I think that they could. We have mommy groups here in Placer County that are telling other moms, if in fact you are sick, if you have been in contact with someone who's tested positive and you are now having symptoms, do not go get tested and seen by a doctor, because there's no cure anyway, and all you're doing is adding to our numbers and going to get us shut down. It's ludicrous that this is the level of thinking out there in our communities, and it is dangerous. If we don't want to be like some of the other counties, we have to make our line in the sand while our numbers are low, and mean it. I appreciate the doctor's comments about hospital beds. Wonderful. Dr. Session, I'm sorry. I appreciate you so much. I just can't express how much. The hospital capacity has to be considered overall, and I think that's really important. I'm going to wrap it here on this one issue. I appreciate the other callers' comments, and I support it 100% against you, Mr. Euler. Look the hell up. This is the second time I have spent hours attending as a community resident one of your Board of Supervisors meetings, and it's not the first time, but I mean recently. Both times Mr. Euler has gotten up and walked out. Perhaps he could be afforded during one of your closed session areas like before this portion started a potty break.
I think it's time for you to wrap up your comments.
Come right back. I find his social media campaigns, both on
Your
masks
3 minutes
and
are up.
to be outrageous, and I believe he should be
All right,
censored.
thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate your call. Next caller, please, or a Zoom caller, please.
Kathleen, please unmute your mic and start your video to give your comments.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Gore and the rest of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Kathleen Crawford, and I'm a Roseville resident. I've commented before, and I will continue to comment on the COVID item because of my deep concern. I would like Dr. Sisson's slides to be posted to the agenda as an additional document. That would be helpful for all of us in the public, and I think it is a public document and should, since it was displayed at this meeting, it should be available. I'd also like to speak anecdotally about the age groups that are involved in the current statistics. And the age group that concerns me the most is the 0 to 17 years old. They are now at 10% of all of the positive cases. As a grandparent and someone in the over 65 and supposedly most vulnerable age group, we are at 10%. The elderly have been staying home, wearing masks when they're out, limiting their exposures as much as possible, but unfortunately, the young people and their parents who are in the age groups of 18 to 49 are not. That 18 to 49 age group is now at 58%, maybe 59% of all of the positive cases. And that is the danger for the spread, because they are not doing what they need to do, and that is why enforcement is so much needed. As far as however many hospital beds are in use, if anyone has the infection, they have a positive case, they are likely transmitting virus, and therefore, I don't care where they lived or what their address is, they're in our hospital, and that should count. They are exposing our hospital employees and probably the businesses or whatever else they have frequented here in Roseville. I agree that our community service officers should be used for code enforcement. There should be a fine. The Board of Supervisors is capable of creating that as a fine and making it enforceable. Rather than wait until we're absolutely required by the state to cut back on the 7 areas, why don't we do it now? Start a week to 10 days early so that we can continue to have it be as short a time frame as possible. It's an exponential curve, as we've all seen, and that will not be getting better by waiting another 7 to 10 days for what is going to be inevitable. And then my last point is that when Placer County was pushing so hard to reopen, tourism it was promoted greatly. And that tourism message obviously got to the Bay Area. And those are the people who are coming up here. They're driving through, they're heading for the water, for the lake, for the rivers. And the only way they're going to stop coming is if they get the news that the county has closed down some of those opportunities for their recreation. So I would hope that we don't wait the 7 to 10 days for the inevitable to come, but that we in fact start to cut back on the areas and hope to curb the rate of infection and not get into a more serious situation. So thank you very much for your time this afternoon, and I certainly hope that you take our comments to heart.
Thank you, Kathleen. Any other callers on Zoom?
Matthew, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments. He's not promoting. Matthew, go ahead and give your comments.
Are you there, Matthew?
Matthew Oliver? We're having a technical.
You might be having a technical difficulty.
Matthew Oliver, can you unmute your mic and give your comments?
Hello?
There you go. Go ahead, Matthew.
Go ahead and give your comments, Matthew.
Are you speaking? We cannot hear you. So it doesn't seem to be working, Matthew. Why don't do we have another caller in the meantime?
We do not.
Okay, it sounds like you are our last caller, Matthew. House of Oliver, I know who you are. In Granite Bay. Oh, I hear his voice. You needed a plug for your business. Was that it? All right.
That was all I needed, someone to get me motivated.
Go ahead, Matthew.
Well, I want to take a moment and first say a very big thank you to each and every one of you. I'm a first-time caller and a local business owner and pastor in the region, and I've made a couple notes, so I'll look down every once in a while, but I have been so proud to be a part of Placer County during this season. I've been so proud to be a business owner in this region during this season. I feel like you all, I don't know you all as well as others, but I feel like you all have done an amazing job representing us. I think keeping us healthy, keeping us safe. Mr. Euler, I don't know you well, but I would say please do not stop your posts. Please do not stop your videos. I feel like you are extremely pro-America, pro-freedom, pro-business, and pro your community. I will tell you part of the reason why a lot of people are silent, or let me better say it this way. There's a lot more people who are excited and pro and supportive of the decisions you've made than have made their voice known, because it's very much a mob mentality when you step out in support of knowledge, education, wisdom, and pro-business. As a local business owner, when we first were given the guidelines by the health department, we were allotted with inside our business 4 tables, outside of our business 6 tables. That is less than 30% of our ability to operate. We would no longer be in business. We would not be able to function. I think I'm very appreciative of the pro-mask campaign that you guys have done, following the guidelines that you guys feel are vital and important. But if we're going to do that, we cannot do that, I feel, in partnership with also a stay-at-home, stay stuck in, don't go anywhere. Because what you're doing is you're asking us to follow guidelines and then encouraging people not to come to our businesses. I think we should partner that with a very much let's support businesses that are following guidelines. Let's support businesses that are adhering to these things. I am not somebody who's in favor ever of a nanny state, or I've been very grateful for your grace in us learning and taking the process to get up to speed. I think instead of punishments for businesses not following guidelines, I think having some pros for businesses that are following guidelines. How can we promote those businesses, support those businesses, get that out there? I do not look for the government for my resources, but I do find it interesting that everybody who has been critical of you has not supported our business during this lockdown. And we need that support. If they're going to tell us, hey, let's follow all these guidelines, then go out there, support the businesses. I don't feel that this isn't even an issue of a mask. I've been beyond. It starts as a stay-at-home. It starts as shutting down small businesses. It starts as we're not doing weddings, we're not doing funerals, we're not. The next thing you know, it's a mask. The next thing you know, our governor's saying you can't worship in your church. This isn't about masks. This isn't even about sickness. This is about freedoms. This is about control. This is about politics, and this is about finances. I appreciate, Mr. Euler, your guidance, your insight into this. Wasn't even about beds. This was trying to say Placer County is not as bad as they're saying Placer County is, and even with that, we're not that bad. But I just want to tell you, there's so many. I represent so many who appreciate you all. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your willingness to be on the cutting edge of freedom and standing for small businesses, for entrepreneurs, for dreamers, and for those in this community.
Thank you, Matthew. Next Zoom caller, please. We've got a couple more.
Tiffany, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, thank you for letting me join in on your meeting this afternoon. I am Tiffany. I'm zooming in from Granite Bay. I am a veteran. I served our country, and I appreciate everybody's comments, and I appreciate all of your guys' hard work that you've done for our local community. I like all of Mr. Oliver's comments that he just made. This virus is very real, and I understand, and I totally respect that. I also understand that a lot of our rights are, how do I word this? It's important that we protect ourselves and we protect our elderly community, and I understand that. But it's also important that we protect our rights, and that for a lot of people, community is super important, and interacting with each other is super important, and interacting with friends and family via a computer screen is very difficult. And there's a community out there that I think keeps getting overlooked. And for people who are struggling with mental illness, and for veterans who really rely on each other to lean on each other inside of our organizations, and for people in AA and NA who go to groups, and when we keep shutting down places and stuff for us to interact, it's becoming very difficult. So I just ask that as you continue to do what you're doing, to please take these other smaller things into consideration as well. We'll continue to wear masks and follow the guidelines, but again, kind of going off what Mr. Oliver was saying, it's not just about wearing a mask sometimes. When it comes down to you can go to church now, but you can't worship, I really start feeling like it's starting to become an infringement on freedoms. So, and Mr. Euler, thank you so much for kind of everything that you're doing. You are fantastic, and I want to know you're amazing, and we love you. All of you guys are amazing, so thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Tiffany. We have another Zoom caller.
Terry, please unmute your mic and give your comments. We lost Terry. Let them play. Please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Let them play.
Hello?
Hi. Please state
Hi.
your name for the record.
Yeah, it's Michael Cunningham.
Go ahead.
So, looking at some of the things that's concerning to me about the state's overreach and lack of communication to the local governments on each step. We've been pretty fortunate to kind of stay out of some of the radars. However, I've heard some chatter through some connections I have that we are going to start seeing some more applied closures to Placer County and stricter guidelines. Within that, we've been getting a lot of chatter about youth sports, high school sports, community organizations such as the others of veterans, all that kind of stuff that's going on, that if these organizations and local municipalities allow them to start organizing, whether it's in the conditioning mode laid out by a lot of different athletic organizations nationwide, and they're following strict guidelines with proper measures in place, that they're threatening to withhold funding, etc. Have you guys addressed these issues directly with your counterparts at the state level and push back on the overreach in power?
We're not going to answer questions. So if you have any questions you want to pose, we're going to answer all the questions at the end of closed session, or at the end of public comment. Sorry.
I apologize. I apologize.
That's okay.
So let me rephrase that then. I would really hope and consider that Placer County continue the steadfast direction of getting our local government open, our communities back to some sort of normalcy. We've done a good job there. I think you guys have done a tremendous job fighting back on the rights that have been kind of infringed on. I think there's a lot to be said, Mr. Euler, for what you've done for our county. I think you've been the pinnacle point of expressing what those rights truly are for us and what it says in the documents that we hold true to, what our Constitution reads. And I would encourage that we continue to push for the ones that are not spoken for, which are the youth. We are starting to see depression on a large scale, and it's very concerning. It will actually definitely surpass numbers over a period of time that are catastrophic in its own pandemic, if you would look at it in the same context of what, we look at, viruses, et cetera. But it isn't being spoke about, and I'm not sure why, but I would hope that you guys continue to fight that message that we need to allow our youth to assemble and get back with their, local leaders and sports officials so we can continue to help grow these young minds. I appreciate your guys' time. I know it's valuable, and I know you guys are working hard in the clouds of uncertainty that we are in, especially with the leadership at the state. So I appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments.
Terry, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Thank you. Thank you to the Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Gustafson, I would like to say I thank you and appreciate your comments about the need to educate the county residents on the seriousness of this pandemic and how simple it is to prevent further transmission simply by wearing a mask. I have a vested interest in this on multiple levels, and I won't go into details on that, but I completely appreciate all the work that Dr. Sasson has done to try to continue keeping us safe. What I don't appreciate is the fact that you have a board member who completely negates everything she says by posting irresponsible posts about the lack of efficacy of masks, which is not accurate. Mr. Euler, I believe you know that we're speaking to you. The other thing I'd like to address is Mr. Oliver's statement about those of us that are wearing masks, we're not out supporting businesses. That's false. Many of us are actually supporting the businesses that are following the guidelines because those are the ones we feel safer at. If more businesses actually followed the guidelines instead of screaming and yelling that they are being infringed upon, they might actually see more business coming from the community to them. Again, you have to get the message out to the community. Our ICU beds, they're not just COVID patients. We could have a massive accident on 80 tomorrow and it could consume many of those beds. And then what do you do for the additional people that need them? There's nothing you can do. So again, thank you for your work. Please do try to get the message out. However, I suggest you put some control on the behaviors of board members and their reckless posts on social media. Thank you.
Next caller?
No more.
No more public comment. We're closing public comment. All right. Thank you. I think there were a couple of questions. I did hear some questions about the Auburn jail, which I know we are taking very seriously, isolating those people in the jail who have it. People in the jails have been tested, along with our staff who have been tested. Do you want to add anything else to that, Todd, just to clear up that we are really taking care of those folks in the jails?
Yeah, I just wanted to share, when we did have some breakout in the jail, we actually did, in partnership with public health, actually tested all the staff that honestly in the jail and work in our community, in our correction facility, as well as inmates. So, we've done isolation, honestly, as much as we can do. we've the population of the jails declined a bit early on, and that's continued to be the case. So I think we have some adequate efforts in place, but it was. I'd be remiss if I didn't think that would happen at some point. It's just how do you deal with the breakout? And I think public health has been really supportive, and the sheriff's office has really jumped in to assist and isolate people who may need to be quarantined for a time period.
Thank you. Let's see. I know there were some questions about boarding cares, nursing homes. Dr. Sisson, if you want to give an update on that, that would be helpful. And there might be a few other questions that came up, but anything you want to address, that would be great.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak about the long-term care facilities in Placer County, and we do have several long-term care facilities in the county that have cases of COVID-19 in both staff and residents. So we have skilled nursing facilities, which are regulated by the California Department of Public Health, and then we have other long-term care facilities that are licensed and regulated by the California Department of Social Services, and so they receive different sets of guidance from each of those departments. We have at least 2 skilled nursing facilities and at least 2 assisted living facilities and at least 2 independent living facilities that all have cases of COVID-19 right now, anywhere between 1 and 4 cases in each of those facilities. There's a lot of steps that the county has outlined for these facilities, as well as the entities that regulate them, the Department of Social Services and the Department of Public Health. Many memos and guidance documents about how to protect their residents from COVID-19. And so the Department of Public Health has weekly meetings with those facilities on a conference call to share those guidance documents and provide technical assistance. And then I believe the caller asked about testing in those facilities, and there is baseline and surveillance testing that's occurring in the assisted living and other DSS regulated facilities, as well as in the skilled nursing facilities. So skilled nursing facilities are required to do baseline testing of 100% of their residents and staff, and that is actually, I believe, all completed now. And then on an ongoing basis, the skilled nursing facilities have to test 25% of their staff on a weekly basis. In the non-skilled nursing long-term care facilities, they are required to test 10% of their staff every 14 days, and that's a new requirement. And then this continues until the state says that it can stop. So staff will be tested on multiple occasions when their cycle comes back up. In any instance where there is a positive test in a facility, whether it's in staff or in residents, then the entire facility is tested, and they are retested until 1 or 2 incubation periods have passed without a new positive. And then when there are positives, they're also closed to new admissions, and additional protective measures are placed. There is significant guidance in place around visitation, as well as dining and group activities that are all aimed at protecting the residents in our long-term care facilities. I can go into greater detail if you're interested, or I'll just leave it there.
Great, thank you very much. I appreciate that. There was one other item, and that is ways for people to report if they've got concerns. So Todd, if you could address that. I know that we've got 211 now that can be utilized, and we've got Sherry Conway's economic development team able to respond directly to questions. So if you could add to that.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. So we have multiple ways to actually have our residents engage with us. And our Business Resource Center is actively taking calls, not only for our business community that may need assistance, but residents that may have some concerns. And they can do that through our 211 system that just got rolled out. There is actually a tree, a call-in tree. So residents that have a call, it will actually get filtered directly to our Business Resource Center. It goes into, you leave a message, and our staff will actually follow up on that. So you have that ability, even if it's not filling out a form, there are other mediums to engage with us, and this is actually quicker. We check this actually outside of the weekend. Usually we'll check the calls on that Monday morning, but absent that, we're checking calls really on the hour. So we have staff that are staffed up to handle any of those calls that come in, but they come into a voicemail. We'll keep track of those. If we see a variation or of calls or some similar characteristics, if they're in the cities, we're actually sending them to the jurisdiction that would do, if there was any enforcement or education that needed to take place, we're actually sending those to the cities, but it's all coming through one singular line. So we're handling that in that vein.
Thank you. Go ahead, Cindy.
Did you have other questions? I just wanted to clarify one point.
That's what I've got. Go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to clarify one point that came up. There was some discussion on that we approved marketing contracts and that people were out marketing for people to come to Tahoe. And I want to assure everyone, no one is doing any marketing to promote coming to Tahoe. In fact, we've worked with the Resort Association to educate visitors once they're there. And one of the, and I don't want to misrepresent the numbers, 42% of the types of visitors we get around July 4th are day visitors that are driving up from Reno, Carson, Western Nevada, Sacramento region for the day.
Correct.
And so with that, with those numbers, that's where we see this profound impact in numbers on, especially on those peak holiday weekends. One other point I wanted to make, just for all of the supervisors to know, because of COVID, we are seeing huge numbers of people relocate to their second home and potentially register their kids in our schools.
Oh, wow.
And I just talked to a realtor yesterday who said we had over 40 house sales closings in the month of June, a record they haven't seen in a very long time. All of those going to second homeowners that we're thinking about now relocating. So our population numbers are going to change. The census isn't going to reflect that, I don't think, easily, because they're in transition right now. But it is going to impact how people feel when you see, and I see it in my neighborhood, every home is currently occupied. And that rarely happens, that you see so many people in residence. But if you've been cooped up in a city, in an urbanized area, and your kids are out of school, you want to come up to the mountains and hike and bike and do other things, you're in town. So that compounded with the day visitors, which we can't enforce at this point, any kind of restrictions, is what's creating that issue. I just wanted to be really clear, because the Resort Association has been a tremendous partner in educating the visitors that are already here, and they ceased all marketing back in March and have not done any since.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Very interesting. All right. It looks like we can close this item. We appreciate the update. And now we're going to move to department items, and we've got quite a lot of department items. I think we left off at 11D. So Twyla, if you are there, okay, your turn finally. Yes, you are. Thank you. This is 11D Community Health System, or Community Health Services Block Grant application.
So good afternoon, Chair Gore, Supervisors, and this is Twyla Abrahamson, and for the record, I am speaking for both the children's and the adult system of care today on this item. So the Federal Community Mental Health Services Block Grant has funded services to children, adults, and older adults with serious mental illness in Placer County for the past 20 years. The children's system of care leverages these resources to help deliver counseling, social skills training, and peer support to over 200 youth who were in or at risk of entry into foster care from either probation or child welfare services. Many of these youth would otherwise require extensive and expensive psychiatric hospital-based care. The adult system of care, in collaboration with the Alliance for the Mentally Ill Housing, utilizes this funding to provide secure, stable housing to adults and seniors with serious mental illness. County staff also provides support services such as psychiatric assessments, referrals, and counseling. This support aids clients in improving skills that allow them to live independently and become financially stable, while reducing the need for costly inpatient hospital care. In fiscal year 2018-19, 275 adults successfully obtained stable housing and/or received community referrals, outreach, and assessments for additional services. The county's Mental Health, Alcohol, and Drug Advisory Board reviewed and recommended this application for its approval at its regular meeting on June 22nd, 2020. So we are requesting that your board take the following actions. Approve the application for the renewal of the Community Mental Health Services Block Grant for fiscal year 2021 in the amount of $835,748. Authorize the Director of Health and Human Services or designee to sign and submit the application and all resulting documentation, including reports, agreements, and certifications as required to accept the funds, and to sign any subsequent amendments not to exceed $100,000 consistent with the subject matter and scope of work with risk management and county council concurrence. And the expenditures under this contract are included in the department's fiscal year 2021 budget, and no county general funds are required. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have about this item.
Thank you, Twyla. Looks like there are no questions. Any questions from the public? We will close public comment, bring it back to the board for action.
Second.
All right, motion by Holmes, second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And then we'll move to 11E, which is the Mental Health Services Act contracts.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Gore and distinguished members of the board. My name is Sue Compton, MHSA Coordinator for Placer County, representing our systems of care. I have 3 actions being requested today. Approve the 7 sole source contracts identified in Attachment 1 to provide MHSA services for 3-year terms commencing July 1, 2020, in an aggregate amount not to exceed $7,371,680. Approve the 7 contracts identified in Attachment 2, awarded as a result of the collaborative Nevada County Department of Behavioral Health RFI number 122919, to provide MHSA services in North Tahoe for 1-year terms commencing July 1, 2020, in an aggregate amount not to exceed $565,000, including the option to extend these contracts for 2 one-year additional terms. Authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to execute the agreements with risk management and county council concurrence, and to sign subsequent amendments not to exceed 10% of the total contract amount or $100,000, whichever is less, consistent with the agreement's subject matter and scope of work. The State-Funded Mental Health Services Act, MHSA, has effectively partnered county and community services in Placer County since 2004 to deliver services to the serious mentally ill, as well as evidence-based prevention and early intervention programs, all without local county dollars. The county's Campaign for Community Wellness, which functions as the county's required MHSA steering and approval committee, and includes service recipients, community-based providers from many sectors, and various county agencies, has overseen and reviewed the progress of the 7 contracts recommended for renewal. Each meet a local need and have achieved positive client assistance and outcomes. The contracts were not included in the current MHSA RFP expected to come to the board in September due to the specialized nature of the services and limited availability of agencies with the expertise to provide them. Included in the renewal contracts is the agreement with AMI Housing for supportive housing services at the permanent supportive housing property located at 319 Main Street in Roseville. In August 2017, the county awarded AMI Housing the request for proposal number 10565 and approved a service agreement along with a 45-year deed restriction. Since opening in January of 2018, Main Street has stayed 100% occupied and currently houses 22 residents whose average length of stay is 2 years. The Campaign for Community Wellness is also recommending approval of 7 contracts for services in the North Tahoe area. Health and Human Services collaborated with Nevada County Department of Behavioral Health to identify contractors and combine resources for the delivery of MHSA prevention and early intervention programs in the North Tahoe region. The counties jointly released a request for RFI in January. A total of 8 agencies responded, proposals were reviewed jointly by the counties, and the programs were prioritized based on data, local needs identified by the community, and staff input. 7 agencies were ultimately selected to enter into negotiations for the identified services. Funding for the contracts has been included in this year's fiscal budget and will be included in the department's fiscal year 21-22 and 22-23 requested budgets. These contracts are funded from federal and state sources No county general funds are required. To conclude, we'd like to request the board approval of these action items, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Sue. Looks like there are no questions and nothing from the public. Great work partnering with our community partners.
Move approval.
Motion by Gustafson, second by Euler. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we now have item 11F, Child Abuse Prevention Activities, Services to Improve Child and Family Outcomes and Promote Well-Being and Operation of the Child Abuse Prevention Council. Contract with Kids First.
Good afternoon again. Twyla Abrahamson for the record, speaking for the Children's System of Care. California counties are required to convene and support a local child abuse prevention council. For 30 years, Kids First has effectively delivered this community-based outreach and education to parents, caregivers, and other professionals. They operate family resource centers in Auburn and Roseville, conduct data gathering, analysis, and report for the entire county network of family resource centers, including Tahoe. They provide public service information to help daycare, preschool, and other early childhood providers to have the most accessible and available resources in their own communities. And they provide assistance to families and parents to advocate effectively for their children in obtaining health, education, medical, dental, mental health, and other services. The family resource centers in Placer County, including Tahoe, have been very effective and efficient partners in delivering this prevention service to more than 5,000 families, parents, or caregivers last year. These services have further enabled parents and their caregivers to maintain their autonomy and prevent abuse and neglect, which also avoids the increased costs associated with further involvement in the child welfare or juvenile delinquency systems. So we're requesting that your board take the following action. Approve a contract with Kids First to provide child abuse prevention activity, services to improve child and family outcomes, and the operation of the Child Abuse Prevention Council from July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2021, for a total amount not to exceed $1,010,286. Authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the contract and to sign subsequent amendments not to exceed $100,000, consistent with the subject matter and scope of work with risk management and county council concurrence. This contract expenditures are included in the department's fiscal year 2021 budget, and the full amount of this contract is funded with the Children's Trust Fund revenues along with federal and state revenues. No county general funds are required. So thank you for your consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Twyla. Looks like no questions from the board and no questions from the public.
Second.
Motion by Holmes, second by Gustafson. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Wygant temporarily absent. Item 11G is Title 4E, Foster Youth Services, MOU with Placer County Office of Education.
Once more, Twyla Abrahamson for the record, the Director of the Children's System of Care. Placer County Health and Human Services, specifically the Children's System of Care, and the Placer County Office of Education, known as PCOE, have a long history of collaboration relative to foster youth. PCOE embeds 2 foster youth liaisons in CSOC on a full-time basis to help refine services to foster youth to increase their educational success. PCOE also operates the Foster Youth Services Coordinating Program and is responsible for providing services in accordance with the Education Code. In 2004, Placer County became aware of Assembly Bill 490, which requires the adherence to key provisions supporting the educational opportunities within the best interests of the children in foster care. The passage of Assembly Bill 854 more recently in October of 2015 further clarified the requirements of operating a foster youth services coordinating program. AB 854 strongly encourages county child welfare authorities and offices of education to collaborate to avoid disruption of current services offered or to create innovative services to serve these foster youth. The similar mission of PCOE and CSAW in this area led to the development of an MOU to ensure all of the Placer County foster youth receive support for educational opportunities in accord with both welfare and institutions and the Education Code. So we're requesting that your board take the following action. Approve a matching contract with Placer County Office of Education for the purpose of coordinating educational support for dependent youth, wherein the county contributes $358,344 and PCOE contributes $245,221 for the period of July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. Authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the contract with Risk Management and County Council concurrence, and to sign subsequent amendments up to $35,834 of the county contribution and up to $24,522 of the PCOE contribution, consistent with the subject matter and scope of work, again, with County Council and Risk Management concurrence. Funding for this contract is included in the department's 2021 budget, and the full amount of this contract is provided by PCOE, federal, state, and local dollars. No county general fund match is included. Thank you for your consideration, and again, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Twyla. Looks like there are no questions and no questions from the public. Bring it back to the board. A motion by Euler, second by Holmes. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Twyla. 12A, which is the French Meadows Forest Restoration Project and awarding vendor contracts. Hello, Mr. Brett Story.
Yes, Honorable Chair Gore and County Board members, Brett Story, Department of Public Works.
Who are you? Who am I talking to?
What's that?
Never mind, Mr.
We're just
Euler
laughing at your expense, Brett.
just
Move
having
on.
a little fun.
Okay, thank you. I'm here today, as I have been kind of the last several, to bring forward multiple vendor contracts for the French Meadows Forest Restoration Project. As you may recall, we've been through the procurement cycle with 2 bids and now and successfully had some of those awarded, and now we're negotiating with qualified contractors. I have a couple of more for you today where we're going to cover over 1,000 acres, and all of this today is for mechanical thinning and timber and biomass removal. Much of this work will be done this year, but a lot next year as well. Loggers have jobs everywhere, so what we're finding now is they'll be able to start in September and work through November, and then again pick up next year and complete all these acres. All of the dollars are from multiple partners within the French Meadows Partnership. There is no county dollars per se. It comes from the Middle Fork Project, the Nature Conservancy, the Sierra Nevada Conservancy, CAL FIRE grants, and the United States Forest Service. So here today, I would request that the board approve the awards for the bids for RFQ 2000-0036 for the 2 project implementation agreements to perform designated work during the 2020 work season for the French Meadows Forest Restoration Project, and authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to execute the contracts and any contract change orders in compliance with the Public Contract Code up to 10% of the individual contract amounts. One is to Robertson Enterprises, Inc. in the amount of $1,770,155 to perform mechanical thinning on 490 acres. The other is to CTL, which stands for Cut to Length Forest Management, Inc. in the amount of $1,976,198 to perform mechanical thinning and biomass removal on 589 acres. Happy to answer any questions. And one item I might add is there's still several acres I hope to get under contract in the next board meeting cycle or 2, but we're coming to the close of the acres that we tried to get on contract this year. I'll happily answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Looks like there are no questions. I'll move approval. All right, no public comments.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's all right. She
shook her head, and
I'm saying it out loud, but just for the record.
Great job, Brett.
Thank you.
Cindy and Jim's. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Euler temporarily absent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brett.
Item 12B, which is increasing sewer capacity in Sewer Maintenance District 1, North Auburn District Capacity Fee Agreement with Timberline Village, LLC. And looks like, is that Jared?
It is. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, sir.
All right, good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members. My name is Jared Deck, Program Manager for Environmental Engineering. I'm here to introduce the item before you to approve the District Capacity Fee Agreement reimbursement for construction of sewer infrastructure within Sewer Main District 1. Timberline Village is a residential development in North Auburn at the intersection of Bell Road and Richardson Drive by Timberline Village LLC. As part of phase 1 of the project, Timberline was required to increase capacity in the existing SMD1 sewer trunk line. This portion of the trunk line had been identified as an existing deficiency in the SMD1 collection system, and as such, under Placer Code 13.12.230C, Timberline is eligible for reimbursement of certain associated construction costs under the District Capacity Fee Agreement. Staff determined Timberline is entitled to an amount of $881,806 for reimbursement under the fee program, and proposes Timberline receive $393,738 in SMD1 district connection fee credits and $488,068 as a cash payout from the capacity connection fee program. Pursuant to the fee program, the reimbursement must be approved by your board. Staff supports the request before you and requests the board approve the agreement authorizing the Director of Public Works or its designee to execute the agreement. If you have any questions, I'll happily address them.
Thank you, Jared. It looks like there are no questions from board members, no questions from the public.
Second.
Motion by Holmes, second by Gustafson. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And thank you. We'll move to item
Thank you.
12C, which is the Franklin School Turf Replacement Agreement with KYA Services.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Ted Rell with the Parks and Grounds Division of Public Works, and I'm before you today to recommend approval for the plan specifications and purchase for the Franklin School Turf Replacement Project. We currently have 2 artificial turf fields in unincorporated Placer County, with one located at Squaw Valley Park off of Highway 89. And this one that I'm bringing before you today is located at Franklin Elementary School site on Laird Road in the Loomis Granite Bay area. This field was opened in 2008, and after 12 years of significant use, the turf carpet is beyond any practical repairs and is at the end of its useful life. Our research in finding a replacement product was quite an experience given all the product advances this industry had since this turf was last installed, and especially with the infill products. For those not familiar with artificial turf, the fibers of the turf carpet will lay flat until you put an infill product into it, which will help the fibers stand up straight, which provides the turf-like experience. When this turf was installed, the controversial crumbed rubber particles were the infill of choice. And it was soon discovered that there were many drawbacks with this product, as it retained heat, leading to higher than air temperatures near the surface. It produced a foul-smelling off-gas, and is basically ground up discarded tires, so it was not a biodegradable product. The infill is important, though, as it provides the mechanics together with the carpet overlay and the shock padding beneath to create the ideal playing surface, which mimics natural turf. Although the carpet manufacturing process has remained relatively unchanged, the infill industry has made improvements in the response to the health and environmental issues that have been raised by the crumb rubber infill. Although crumb rubber is still available in some places, we found an infill that checked all the boxes on our list of what we were looking for. We landed on a product called Brockfill, which is an engineered wood particle infill specifically designed for artificial turf. The wood is grown here in the United States and so is the manufacturing process that it undergoes. It's made from a species of southern pine that is grown on sustainable farms throughout the Pine Belt in southeastern United States. Yeah. It can even be recycled into a soil amendment at the end of its useful life as well. Brockfill is much cooler than crumb rubber. It has no off-gassing, as it's 100% natural wood, and best of all, it requires no watering like some other wood or coconut fiber infills. Another addition that we're proposing with this turf installation is an overlay of striping for the lacrosse play. The current field has striping and colors inlaid to accommodate baseball and soccer, and with the increasing popularity of the lacrosse sport and input from the lacrosse community, we made the call to add the striping to accommodate this sport as well. Finally, the The Franklin Elementary School field lies within the boundary of the Granite Bay Parks, Trails, and Open Space Recreation Improvement District, which funds the development, maintenance, and operation of parks and trails within the district. And if approved, there are sufficient funds within the district capital reserves to complete this project. At this time, I'll turn this item back to the chair and answer any questions the board may have on this project.
Thank you, Ted. Appreciate that very much. Supervisor Holmes, question?
Oh, I just want to say it was 2008 when Supervisor Euler and I were at the school to throw out the first pitch. And I believe your son was just going to school.
My son was in school at the time there at Franklin, yes.
Well, I was very proud to be there. Yeah. So this is a nice project.
And I want to say thank you for adding the lacrosse striping, and that's something else I can give my son the credit for.
You bet.
All right.
Thank you.
And no questions from the public? All right, we'll bring it back to the board.
Approval.
All right, motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, roll call. I even wrote it down. All right, roll call, please.
Wygant.
Yes.
Holmes. Euler.
Aye.
Gustafson.
Aye.
Gore.
Aye. Thank you, Ted.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Item 13A, which is the countywide administrative legal clerk classification and compensation study. I think Kate is on the line. Hi, Kate.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. This afternoon, I'm Kate Sampson with your Human Resources Department. This afternoon, I'm requesting introduction of an ordinance amending your schedule of classifications and compensation, as well as your allocation of positions ordinances. The amendment reflects the retitling of the Central Services Position Series to reflect the rebranding of the unit to the Document Solutions Division. The Document Solutions Worker position is also used in Health and Human Services, and the update is supported by that department. Additionally, HR was asked to conduct a classification review of a senior administrative clerk position in Public Works to determine whether the duties performed are commensurate with the classification. Following the reorganization of the Department of Public Works and Facilities in 2018, the duties assigned to the position had significantly changed, and the analysis concluded that administrative secretary is the appropriate classification for the scope of work assigned. All of the changes recommended today were reviewed and approved by the Civil Service Commission at its May 11th, 2020 meeting. That concludes my comments, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Kate. Looks like no questions and no questions from the public. So we will bring it back to the board.
Move approval.
Motion by Wygant, second by Euler. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And you get to stay for 13B, which is the classification updates for several different departments.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Kate Sampson with your Human Resources Department. And this afternoon, I'm requesting introduction of an ordinance amending the allocation of positions ordinance to implement the findings of a countywide study on the administrative legal clerk classification series. In compliance with the current MOU between Placer County and the Placer Public Employees Organization, HR conducted the study of 89 positions in this series and determined that 6 in the Sheriff's Office needed to be reclassified. At its June 8th, 2020 meeting, the Civil Service Commission approved the reclassification of 4 administrative legal clerks in the court liaison unit to senior administrative legal clerks and 2 administrative legal clerk positions in the commissary unit to administrative clerks. The proposed ordinance before you this afternoon adjusts your allocation of positions to reflect these changes, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? And maybe I'm missing something. You were talking about the Sheriff's Department, but I have B here and it says the CEO, HHS, and Public Works. And you were talking about the Sheriff's Department. So am I missing something? Am I not tracking?
I am terribly sorry. I think I took them out of order. The prior item really aligned with B, and I just gave you the presentation for A.
Okay, I knew that. All right. So we previously voted.
You voted on.
We previously voted on item B, correct?
13B.
All right, 13B. So now we're going to vote on item 14A. So no questions from us other than me making sure I was on the right page, and No questions from the public, we'll bring it back.
Second.
Motion by Holmes, second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you very much, Kate. All right. I think we have wrapped up our business for today. Thank you, everyone, for the long meeting. We will meet again. Right now, we are going to adjourn until Monday, July 27th. We do have some afternoon meetings scheduled in Tahoe. We hope to have our regular meeting in Tahoe in person on the 27th and the 28th, since we have a number of items before this board. And it's our anticipation that we would actually have a public meeting, socially distanced, because that room is very large and would be able to accommodate the public there.
Okay.
That's the intent at this point.
Yeah, if we can't do that, I don't see a reason for us all to move a virtual meeting to there. We could put a nice picture back here and.
I agree. And so if we cannot do that meeting
Because that would
in
be less
person-
visitors, day visitors too.
There you go. All right. Thank you very much. We are adjourned. Adjourned.